To be held the greatest of all warriors. Hey, Kirby, what you doing, Kirby? What you doing now? Hey, Kirby, what you doing, Kirby? Why'd you eat that leaf? Yo, 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 homie don't fetch, only woke to stretch under a fort bubble rich with bowls of goldfish. Skittish in a company of stranger danger, otherwise chase drawstrings, tails and lasers in a steel cage match with a maze of cables. Brazen, game face, base hooked on a Zazen. Oversized ears up, puke in the meow mix. Shred a pair of earbuds, remedy is cowlick. Thanks, Curbs, looking like a millie. Keep an old man sharp, keep a cold chantilly. Spun plum dizzy in a frisky moment. Never lands on her feet, though I think she's broken. Mouse are in training, nap on the toaster. Decorator cubicle with dogs playing poker. 15 years taking prescriptions, now it shrink like, I don't know, maybe get a kitten. Hey, Kirby, what you doing, Kirby? What you doing there? I'm not taking no short. Hey, Kirby, what you doing, Kirby? What you doing there? I don't know, maybe get a kid. I don't know, maybe get a kid. I don't know, maybe get a kid. I don't know, maybe get a kid.
I'm not scared of dying, just scared of your dad. What a scary man. I drove by your apartment with my lights off again. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And I watch for the door so closely. Swept your clothes off the floor each morning. Now there's no sleeping where I lie tonight. Don't say goodbye, don't say it. I dropped you off in the middle of the street and drove away. My one working headlight leading the way. I got the text you sent about the food you made. Those fruit-topped Belgian waffles were my favorite part of the day. My favorite part of the day. And I watch for the door so closely. Swept your clothes off the floor each morning. Now there's no sleeping where I lie tonight. Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Pressure leave me. Don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Pressure leave me. Don't say goodbye, don't say it.
I guess you wonder where I've been. I searched to find the love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in a daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in the days from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you.
I can't let go. Oh shit, how do we... Hang on, how do we do that? Bro! Cough into the mic the moment I get on here. Yeah, that's right. The problem is the mute button's just not in easy access. So I could like move that over and maybe do something like that. But you know what? Professional, right? Only you. What up? How are we doing? What are we doing? That's a good question. That's a very, very good question. I do have some cool updates though. Yeah. What I would not do. Zoom out on this. We are at the tail end of production stuff, and part of that means this is, unless something catastrophic happens, knock on all the wood, okay? Barring absolute apocalypse, this should be the final version of the rulebook. It better be, because it's supposed to go print this week. Kind of skimming through here, I have agonizingly corrected many different issues. We have found the smallest of typos we could find, and I think at this point, if there is an error that made it through into the final print, it was meant to be. Okay, we are getting this one ready to go, and light skim. Hey, what up, Kink? Corrected even something as small as there was somebody found a extra period at the end of this one. Yeah, that's all gotten rid of, right? I was looking for final touches we could maybe do. We've corrected all of the linking for all of this. Should take you to all the right stuff. That's very cool. Corrected all the prices on this. Even went so far as to find little touches like, where was it? A little inconsistency. Have I already looked over a physical copy, or is that yet to happen? I have not gotten a proof in yet. That's called a proof. I haven't seen a proof yet. One other thing. If you are looking to get in on Vagabond's print, here's the only thing I can say. The budget is so scary tight because of tariff, because of everything that's going on. I can only guarantee we will have stock to fulfill the crowdfund. If you do not get in on the print version on GameFound very soon, I cannot guarantee you're going to get a physical copy unless we're able to do a separate crowdfunder where I raise like over 5K. The problem right now that I'm trying to kind of correct is things got so expensive that will you have your own stock to be able to bring to cons? That's the problem. I'm going to need about $2,500 to $3,500 more dollars to up the print run from 500 books to 1,000 books. This originally was not going to be a big problem, and then tariffs with the dice happened. So our budget suddenly, after we had already taken money for everything, got completely screwed up. I would have loved to have been able to have gotten a stock of like, you know, even 250 books to be able to take the cons. If we sell that, easy, we make our money back, right? Problem is, we're not able to up the amount because we are cutting it scary close with the budget right now. I've tried to kind of figure out what to do with that. This is one of the things where I'm kind of like, what do you do, right? I'm not 100% sure really what to do at this point with it. We're going to see, but I damn sure am not going to just suddenly like, I mean, it would be a situation where like if I were to spend any more cash on it, I'd go homeless, like just flat out. So the budget is already incredibly scary tight. We're going to see what happens. I'm immediately ordering a lot of the stock. As soon as I get the money in from the Rook and the Crook, I'm going to order in a bunch of the stock from that. We're going to get the skateboards and the shirts immediately and start working on getting that book out ASAP. There was enough money made off of that to easily do a print run of 500. There's also enough money in that to do print runs of all the other zines that we've got, right? Problem is, that's also scary tight. I would hate to start pulling money away from Rook and the Crook and then start digging into the money in order to just like that we were kind of counting on. We made money off the project, right? I'm looking around at what my options are. But yeah, as of right now, the thing that I'm hoping to be able to do is find funding somehow to get an order of 1,000 books instead of 500. I've kind of looked at some different options. We'll see what happens there. People are being very, very hesitant about giving out loans right now. If you only guarantee back... Wait, money's tight for me too, but I've been watching for a while to snatch that core rulebook when it comes out. But if you can only guarantee backers you're in, I can't miss this opportunity to play. That's the thing. I would love to be able to have stock on hand that I can tell people, hey, in December, I'm going to have like 500 copies here at the house and I'll be able to send you one out, right? Most I can say right now is that we're going to have enough to fulfill the Game Found campaign, but we won't really have overstock. This was part of the reason why the retail distribution thing, retail distribution was a stretch goal, because at that point we would have been able to order in over 1,000 books just to be able to get some out to a distributor, right? All you need to do is sell NFTs on the front page of each book. Okay. So I'll just say this, just so you guys know kind of what the plan was. Ever since last year, okay? Here's the plan, or here was the plan. For fulfillment, I was originally hoping to be able to get at least 1,000 to 2,000 books, right? Because I had a very interesting conversation where a pretty big gaming company reached out and offered retail distribution for Vagabond. Because I don't know if this plan is going to come into play or whatever, or if this encourages people to maybe kind of help out with that. Don't go send any emails to this company or anybody that or anything like that, right? I just want to let you guys kind of know where I was at in the conversation with this. So I had a 45-minute conversation with Joseph Goodman of Goodman Games, and they offered to do they offered their distribution. For those of you who were like, oh well, how are you going to do retail? This was the way. Okay. For those of you that aren't familiar, Goodman Games gets you into now Barnes and Noble, gets you into basically every FLGS, as long as they cover more than just D&D, right? I had this conversation, but part of what this is going to entail is, of course, the royalty split, but also it was going to entail I had the orders in to just get them a series of books. I was able to just get them, hey, here's 1,000 books, do your distribution thing, right? And then I just collect a check from them once every like 4 months or something like that. This is going to require an investment that I just don't have. The money from the dice sets has fucked up a lot of shit. So I'm working on seeing where all costs might be able to get cut in order for us to maybe still fulfill some of that stuff, right? Yeah, Goodman Games. Now, here's the deal. This would not be a thing where it was like Goodman Games is saying, no, we will not do this. It is literally a thing where I just don't have the stock to give them, right? And I would have loved to have been able to. I am trying to figure that out. Well, like I said, it's most likely going to require at least $2,000 to $3,000. Because this is going to involve fulfillment, shipping, all this other shit, right? How much stock do you need for Goodman? Probably between 500 to 1,000 units. Because we're talking national distribution, right? Now, they didn't give me a certain number that they were like, you have to do this right here, right? It was just like, you have to get us stock that we want to sell or whatever. We put it in with our distributors. We get you into retail. Very cool. Would have been huge. It's just the way that this has all fallen out ever since October. This has been... You guys want to know a big reason why I haven't really been making a whole lot of video content? Why I haven't really been on stream a whole lot or anything like that? It's dealing with the stress and heartbreaks that have come up ever since October. Like, running the logistics of like the crowdfunding campaign and everything like that, everything went really well. We have all the artwork. We have everything basically lined up, ready to go. And even still with doing everything as like... What's that saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Doing everything as like good on the up and up as you possibly can. All human artwork, right? We paid for fucking everything. We paid the price of everything like that. There's $35,000 worth of art that went into this game. That's without talking about any of the production costs, my Adobe subscriptions, my personal time, effort, and everything like that. All of that. And we were good to go. We had a game plan. And then tariffs hit. You were working with the feds and got canned last week. That doesn't make me feel better. What? No, I feel terrible for you, dude. Shit, I'm sorry. Like, you know, this is what's been hard about this right now. Trying to possibly figure this out, right? So, it's about cutting costs. Well, it's about trying to... We're going to still fulfill everything with the book, right? We're still doing everything with the book as we had planned. There's a couple of things that we're going to start doing to start cutting back on the expense of the book, though. Number one, we are reducing the paper stock down from 130 GSM down to 105 GSM. This is going to mean thinner paper stock. Now, cool thing about this, I think it brings our book down to, like, that's not going to mean shit to you guys. I think it brings it down to a little bit less than half an inch thick, which is crazy. We have a full rule book of over 200 pages, and it's like that big. Oh shit. Yeah, 6x9 print. Hell yeah. We're probably going to have to go with a little bit less thick of a cover. It's not soft cover. We're still sticking with hardback, but it's supposed to be, yeah, A5 and half inch. A5 and half inch. See, I think starting up from, I think it's A5. I think A5 makes sense. Yeah. I don't know about A5 and half inch. I'm not totally sure there, but it is a 6-inch by 9-inch print. Okay. We're looking at changing the cover from a matte, what is it, matte laminate to matte varnish or something like that, or vice versa. It might not have. It will still have the bells and whistles that I really wanted. It needed to have the book ribbon, right? It needed to be Smith's own. It needed a couple different things that I was like, we gotta have this. But we gotta, yeah. A5 is like 5.5-ish and 8.33-ish. Okay, so it's like letter, but right. It's just letter, but folded in half. Remind me how small Sword World's book is. I have no idea. I don't know that one. This should actually look a lot like Merkborg or maybe Shadowdark. It's about that size. It's probably about the size of like the Knave book, really. It's great to be this small. That's the thing, is it really, really helped out with the costs. But it still didn't change the fact that tariffs have screwed us a lot. This is the frustrating thing, is still having thought that I was prepping to go with all American production, and then finding out halfway through it actually wasn't all American production. So to those of you that are looking at doing any kind of a crowdfunder, you're doing any kind of this like manufacturing or whatever, you should at every step of your production be asking constantly, are any parts of this moving into or out of the US? Up into the point that I'm going to get this product in my hand, will this product be moving into or out of the US? Please tell me beat for beat, will this happen? And if the manufacturer tells you anything other than no, you need to prepare for tariffs. Yeah, because I didn't know this and it got sprung on me in the middle of December. So, be aware of that. Be aware of that. Please be aware of that. You look it up. Sword World is basically small enough to take it in your pocket. Like the Pathfinder books. I mean the Pathfinder pocket prints. There's World of Swords. The role-playing game? I see a book. I don't see anything that shows me how big it is. The Japanese TTRPG. Yeah, I'm not seeing like any dimensions for the rulebook. And there's a lot of anime waifu art kind of getting shown alongside it, so I'm a little bit scared to throw it on screen. Oh, that is a teeny tiny book. Look, that's a thumb. That is a teeny tiny book. Look at that. That's adorable. What would be a ballpark money to get all the stock needed? You missed that part if you mentioned it. So it's anywhere from between 2,500 to about 3,000 plus, right? The more and more that we would get from that, the more likely we could get here. I'll show you. Let me double check. I just want to make sure, because this is a quote that I got. Okay. To be fair, that's the normal print for Japan. Really? They make them teeny tiny? Okay. So I have my original quote. This is just so you all know kind of where we are, right? At this point, every bit of overhead is paid for other than the production, okay? That's the big thing to keep in mind. Every single bit of this game is paid off except for manufacturing and production, right? We still need to get shipping, all that stuff taken care of. Because of tariffs, I am trying to figure out everything going on with freight. And it gives me the biggest anxiety. Yeah. So. Okay, that's the recent quote. We've looked at changing some of the... Oh no, he hasn't gotten me the... Alright, so he has not gotten me the adjusted quote for everything here. I need to zoom in on this. I don't want anything to be... Yeah, here we go. Okay. There's no identifying stuff on here, right? Okay, sweet. Alright, so this is just so you all can see what it comes down to with production costs, okay? Well, here's the quote that I received. Now, this is 6x9 portrait layout, 130 GSM art paper, 1500 GSM gray board. That's the front and back covers, right? 1500's pretty fucking thick. 130 plus GSM wood-free paper, 4C matte lamination, smooth finish on that. In papers, 1 page front, 1 page back. The 130 GSM free wood-free paper. Those are going to be custom in papers. We've talked about this as well. That's the only way that you can get your rules as like a quick reference on the front and back, right? Signature block. This is the update since we did add slightly more pages to the book. Binding, case sewn, Smith, section sewn, and 4P folios, yada, yada, yada. 2X bookmark ribbons. Actually, that's interesting. I need to get him to bring that down to 1 because we had the second bookmark ribbon as a stretch goal. I'm curious what that would bring it down to. Basically, at this point, to get 500 of these is going to be $2,490. Now, that seems really, really good. That's going to feel really, really good until you look down at this right here. Estimated freight charges per unit, $1.48. Okay. $1.48 per copy that we're going to send. This is something that I need to move over into shipping charges. This is going to be basically about $750 to get everything sent to my house or wherever the hell we're going to send it, right? If we up it to $1,000, right? So it's roughly $1,200 more expensive to do this whole run right here. That's very good. I love that. Except it's also another one, basically another, what would it be? $700, $750 to be able to ship all that stuff. So it's not just that we're upping, right? We're not just like, oh, okay, cool. $1,200 more dollars, we can get another print run. No, it's $1,200 plus another, whatever it's going to cost in freight, right? I would have loved to have been able to get this right here. $2,500. That gets basically $1,000 that I have here in Tulsa. Where that the price per unit wouldn't go down the more you buy at a time. Wait, what? Wouldn't go down the more you buy at a time. Oh, do you mean for freight? Because the unit price does go down. You see that? The unit price goes down, but the freight cost does not. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, so freight is not going to go down. But yes, per unit for the book, right? Freight's by weight, yeah. And also keep in mind, this is an estimate. That's the shit thing. This is to deliver it to my house here in Oklahoma, right? That's before we even get it out to people. So this is why, this is a part of why the late pledges have kind of had to get extended. I've been trying to talk with them about what we can do to adjust some things that we're expecting on it. They're still going off of a very, very old mock-up I gave them. We've been trying to discuss what we can do here. Yeah, so counting the freight costs of 1,000 would be 5,100 to 5,350 most likely. Yep. Are you manually distributing from Oklahoma? No. I am going to be moving these to Houston. And there's a fulfillment center in Houston that will be fulfilling them from there. I want you all to also keep in mind, the 1,000 right there, for the 5,000 to 300, whatever, that would get us the stock, right? We're forgetting something else that they're making. Not just the dice. So, I'll on the GM screen, letting you all know something right here. I loved the thought behind we were going to do this. We're still doing it, but we are doing this at a loss. I thought that the GM screen was going to be more in demand, but I should have known better from the mere fact of, hey, we don't have the final artwork or a mock-up on this. Just kind of like, we're selling a GM screen and you're going to have to see the art later. That was not a smart strategy, but it was all we could really go with at the time. Now that we do actually have the GM screen and we do have the art, we just don't have a mock ready to go. I'm considering pushing this out a little bit into letting people know, hey, we're going to have this many of this. If we only print 500 of these, I think that we're going to be fine with that. I don't think the demand is going to be that insane. We're not going to have much stock, I don't think, but yeah. Because, kind of showing you guys what we're looking at. Here we go. This is going to be the Vagabond GM screen. Front right here. Back right here. Okay. It's got the inspiration tables, hooks, random loot, all that stuff. The other part of this is, if you want, because someone asked me if I would make this. If you want to just print this stuff out and put it up on a GM screen of your choice, I have put basically all the information on these pages. How many backers do you have that wanted it? It's awesome to be able to buy it, but selling at a loss sucks. Sick GM screen though. Yeah. So I was originally planning on I was thinking that if we did like 500 of the GM screens, we could probably get it out. And it would be like, hell yeah, like, yeah, this would be a success or whatever. Dude, we got like maybe 50. Maybe. So here is what I'm thinking about doing. Now, I want you all to know something real quick before I get into this right here. There is no bad blood, no personal beef, anything like this between me and GameFound. Okay? I've talked with Cam, and actually, CamFound has been really gracious because I think they also recognized there were mistakes made on their end around Vagabond's crowdfunding campaign. Just so you all know, and this is like, hey, good on them for correcting this. Still kind of sucks, but yeah. Just so you all know, GameFound, I think, realized the marketing performance was so poor, they refunded any costs regarding to the marketing campaign that I had kind of trusted them with. Okay. Their CEO, or I think it was COO CEO, said, we mangled this. Here you go. And gave the money back. Okay. That's really cool. Really appreciate them for that. There were multiple mistakes that were made throughout the campaign that made me feel like GameFound just wasn't really the site for this. GameFound knew that. Like, they know that they don't have the built-in audience that Kickstarter or BackerKit does for TTRPGs. And I knew that going into it because they reached out to get Vagabond as like a big feature over there. And there were a couple things I didn't really consider that I should have before we did the campaign whole hog over on GameFound. That is, number one, GameFound is a European company. They're Polish, okay? So as a result, a majority of the customers that are over there on GameFound are from European companies. And the fact that we did not offer a translation to German, Polish, Portuguese, Swedish, whatever, hurt whenever they sent their newsletter out. And a lot of the people coming to the campaign were like, you're not offering translations of this? This is only an English game? Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not interested, right? The Polish. Number two. the advertising campaign for this just flopped. It just flopped. Since we didn't have the built-in audience, we couldn't really trust on some like organic growth as a result of the platform helping to get it funded. Why does she do that? I swear to God. I'm like on stream. Amanda's in the other room. She could easily go ask her, hey, I want to go out. No, I have to go fucking bug dad. So, and this is like, I think that GameFound, if they were to really want to do this TTRPG thing, and they really, really wanted to build up this branch of their stuff, there's a couple of things that, quite honestly, they'd have to completely reform about their website, I think, in order to attract that crowd. And another thing is, they're going to have to really understand that part of that crowd just isn't going to move over. And one of the things I was told time and time again, whenever I was running the campaign, and even afterwards, I had people asking me, or really telling me, hey man, I'd love to support the project. It's not on Kickstarter though. I'd like to back it. It's not on Kickstarter. I kept hearing that time and time again. So I finally asked people, like, why? What's the big deal? Well, number one, they're not really sure who GameFound is. Okay. So them trusting stuff like their account information, all that stuff, any kind of monetary stuff, to a company who is across the pond, they hadn't heard of, and they don't think they're going to use other than just for my campaign, isn't the kind of thing a lot of people really want to do. They feel kind of a little bit stressed about it, and they're like, you know what? I'll wait till it actually gets into print, and then I'll buy it from you there. And then to me, I'm like, well, I don't know if I can get it into print. I don't know what to tell you there. And there's this whole tense, weird relationship thing that happens with that, right? I get that. Number two, Kickstarter has done a very, very good job of keeping people backing stuff on their platform. Kickstarter as a platform for creators is pretty damn frustrating. Me not being able to do a separate charge for my shipping, like after the campaign has wrapped up, makes a lot of people hesitant because they see the initial cost of the product and they're like, wait, whoa, why is this $60? Right? Like, this is a $40 book. Well, we got to charge shipping at the same time. And then we have a problem where if shipping changes because of insanity like tariffs, we got to eat that cost, right? So it doesn't really make planning for something like this quite as easy. A perk to going with GameFound over going with Kickstarter is VAT. GameFound handles the VAT over there. Value-added tax for people who don't really know this stuff. GameFound handles stuff with the VAT. But if you're over there on Kickstarter, I've got to basically just keep telling customers, hey, look, that's your thing. I'm not going to handle that for you. I can't do anything about that, whatever. VAT remittance is such a fucking headache. I don't know why we even have this as a system anymore. But hey, it's there. All that being said, let me kind of reel this back. So what I'm thinking about doing, and I'm curious to hear chat's opinions on this, is doing a last call crowdfunder where I'm like, hey, here is a product we are making. Not just making, it's made, right? We launched this over on GameFound, and it raised $35,000. We're actually coming up on $40,000 because we've kept it open for late backers this long. But we know there's a lot of people who would like to have this on their history on Kickstarter as like their super backer thing. They don't really want to go trust their financial information to yet another website. I get all that. But this would be the crowdfunder where I say, this was a successful crowdfunder over on GameFound. We cannot offer you everything that we were originally offering people on GameFound because this needs to be a substantially different crowdfunder. So as a result, we can say, this is the last call for the books. We have GM screens that are on order, and we have a surplus of the dice sets. These three things. We are not doing custom stuff anymore in this. Yes. Yeah. This is like what Free League does. Basically, it's like hey, we can make this bigger and it is ready. Yes, that's basically what I'm thinking. I'm like, this is done. However, as a result of us originally funding it with GameFound, we believe we missed out on a lot of the organic growth from Kickstarter. Not only that, we missed out on a lot of news pushes because they don't check GameFound. Okay? There's actually quite a few news sources that I've heard of that are kind of hostile toward GameFound for some reason. So I'm thinking about doing this as a like, hey, this is the last call. We did this. We got it done. We have new cover art. We have every bit of overhead solved. We can make it better. We can get more out of this. And if you feel like you're going to miss out on an opportunity because you didn't hear about this because it was over on GameFound and not on Kickstarter, hey, this is for you, my dudes, right? We run this as a pretty short burst. And we say, if we get... Wait, not to mention if you lowball it, then you might get the 100% funded stuff. No, that's the thing. We don't even need to lowball it. Like, usually whenever you're going to lowball a campaign, you're going to say, we need like 10 grand, but we know that we need to hit like 30K, right? News people eat that like crack? No, I gotcha. So that's like the weird strategy, right? Where you underestimate it, where you go like, hey, really to make this project, we need like 20K, but we need to put up a risk for the free advertising and say, we actually need like 10K. And if we can raise that within the first like hour, it's awesome and we look crazy cool, right? For us, here's the cool thing. To make this project and to get it done and to account for Kickstarter's 5%, I'm like, this is a $4,000 project. In order for us to increase the stock and in order for us to like be able to get this out, right? We can start looking at reducing shipping costs to people at a certain tier, right? If we say like, hey, we raised 10K on this, dude, that is a no fucking stress worry for me thing. We start knocking out money on shipping. And as it keeps continuing to get higher, I can do other things like, guess what? We got a booth at PAX, right? As far as stretch goals go for what would something like this be, fuck around, I have no idea. I don't know. But I have considered a couple things. If we get stretch goals achieved on this one, it could result in freebies getting added to people who back the last one. Like, everybody who backs this also gets a free physical copy of the Basic Heroes Handbook. Right? You'd think of monster booklets. Yeah, you could do like monster expansions. Yeah, right? We could do something like that, but you got to realize that every time we start adding books like that, you got to have the overhead every single time. Anything you're going to add to it is going to increase. It's going to have its initial costs. Right now, the great thing about this would be we have basically zero overhead. Okay? We have the cost that it takes to manufacture it, but the artwork is done, the writing is done, the design work is done, everything's good, right? The problem is we are having to account for global politics that did not exist when we got our fucking quotes. And that is the thing that is, if y'all want to know, why have I not been making videos? Why have I not been streaming as much as I would really, really love to? Why have I just kind of been lax on content? I have been sweating this shit the fuck out for at least like 4 months now. This shit got so rough. How do I put it? My body started to have physical reactions to the stress, is what I would say. And me at 35, I got to start watching that stress. My dad had a heart attack whenever he was like 48. My half brother died of prostate cancer, stress induced, and a bunch of other shit that contributed to it. Super early. I am like, my mom has chronic migraines, all kinds of stuff going on with her digestive tract, all this other stuff. Most of my family has a horrible, horrible time with stress, and we have very physical reactions to it. A soundtrack would be baller, Mr. Music. I would love to do that. I started working on it. And I got several people to contribute about 8 songs to a compilation album. 2 of the bands went basically dissolved. And I was like, could I still use the track? And then I never heard anything back. And I'm like, cool. Well, fuck. What do I do there? Oh, it's complicated. I would love to do something like that. I don't know that that's a huge donation incentive, right? I just don't know about that. Some of the other things I've considered, taking out personal loans, kind of, it's very strange because I have over 700 credit score, and still did not get approved for the amount I needed, which was very strange. I'm like, yeah. It's very weird whenever you make over, like, in the last 2 years, provable income of like $75K a year, and you have a 700 credit score, and the bank is still like, we don't think you can pay off $5,000 in 60 months. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Use my car as collateral. What the fuck? Yeah. It's very funny that that's the case whenever you can go and check my like PayPal like capital that I've taken out for the business. And it's like, oh no, he pays off $5,000 like every 6 months. What are you talking about? Yeah, we just shave off like, what is it, 10% of his earnings. Fucking, oh my god. Were you looking at personal or business loans? I may have a rec for a business loan org. I have applied for 2 separate things. Although, inspiration, hey, hit me up on Discord. I'd love to chat with you about that. I have applied for 2 things that I am very much hoping we get. Okay. What's the profit per unit sold? Surely you could almost instantly pay back whatever loan you take out. That's assuming that those units move. And as somebody that hasn't spent a lot of money in marketing, right? Like, I don't have... After hearing what some of the other TTRPG projects that, like, kind of get mentioned since the OGL stuff, after hearing about the insane marketing budget that they have had, there's no fucking way. Are you kidding me? I heard something like DC-20 had over $50,000 put into marketing. I heard, like, Draw Steel had over 100,000? Fucking, like, what are you supposed to do with that? So what's the profit per unit sold? Jeez. Well, if you're looking at that quote, right? If you're looking at that quote, here we go. So the books, by the way, people that were backing it got a discount, $40 for the book. If these go to retail, this is most likely going to have to be $45. Okay. But if you're looking at this right here, $4.98. This is another reason, by the way, I would have liked to up it because of the unit price, right? If I sell it at $45, $40 in profit looks crazy good. But there's also a bunch of other shit that gets involved with this, okay? That right there is a 10 times profit. That is fucking wild. Usual MSRP is 5 times the cost that it takes to make it. This is right here without accounting for all the money that went into this book. Okay? I put over $35,000 into artwork. To say that is like per book, like if we did that for 1,000, okay, so $3 and no wait. No, that is $35 per book in artwork if we do a print run of 1,000. Yeah. Right? Why do I feel like that's not right? I don't know. Someone that's smarter with math is going to let me know, right? Then we're looking at whenever I do sell it. Whenever I do sell this, how is it getting into somebody's hands? So there's shipping, or if it goes into retail, I'm losing out on a cut of the book itself. So this project at this point is barely profitable. Barely. I will tell you right now, one of the things that has helped us out a lot is the fact that digital versions, the PDFs that get sold, dude, there's no manufacturing costs for me there, right? Like, this is the thing. I love it. If someone goes and buys the PDF, I'm like, dude, I put myself into a position where I keep 100% of that. Okay, that is my motherfucking storefront. It is a PDF that gets distributed. I pay about $100 a month for that storefront to operate, right? As a result, anytime that someone buys a copy of it, I keep the money that's made from that, right? Now, that's fantastic. I love being able to do that. That is so killer, and I love that I was able to get myself into that kind of a position. That is passive income that just gets generated, right? It's not enough at this point to where I could say the money that's coming in from that is not enough to keep me afloat and still help out with this up here. Okay. So my strategy right now is I want to just, but here's what I'm thinking. Okay. I am thinking about doing a separate, this is a last call. Okay. This is a last call crowdfunder, where we say, oh, and I have another thing. Hang on. I got to remember that too. So what you're saying is that as soon as I introduce my group to the system, I get all of them to buy PDFs. It would help out. Okay. Now, so there's a couple things here. Okay. If we did the last call crowdfunder, like I was saying, and we run this over on Kickstarter. Okay. The other thing is I have applied for, a grant. There is a grant that gets issued once a year called the TTRPG Art Fund. I did the grant. I wrote everything for the grant. Filled in my application, did everything for it. I don't know. How do I put it? What I asked for from them was enough to try and cover to get some more stock. If we get that, I will know whether or not I got that March 15th. That might help, but I don't know exactly how much they would give. That would help, for sure. I'm also looking for investors. This has been the crazy thing. So, you have so many questions about the behind the scenes stuff. You're so intrigued by the process. Feel free to ask, because I've been through every bit of it now. Until you guys get it into your hands, right? I've been through just about every fucking bit of it now at this point. So I'm looking at trying to get in on the TTRPG Art Fund. I have already applied. All that good shit, right? There's that. There's also finding an investor. The thing is, with an investor, they're also going to be expecting their return on the profit, right? Or on the return on their investment, which I understand. Books are always going to be a bit scary of a thing for people to invest into. You should offer signed copies for the higher tiers. Sorry to your future hands. I'm 100% fine with doing that. I've let people know if they donated, hell, if you were I'd have a hard time if somebody came up to me at a con with the book and they were like, hey, will you sign this for me? I'm not going to turn that down, I'm just not exactly sure what to charge for something like that. And I feel bad even charging for it, I gave that out really because it was just there were a couple people who donated a lot of cash to get this done. The problem is we ran into so much other bullshit that we were not expecting whenever we were initially spending money on it. Basically from the time that I got money in from the campaign to the time, what was it that we were ready to hit whatever. Okay, from the time that I initially got the funds to the time that we found out we had to change our budget, there was about a 2-month span. And from that time, I had spent, it was nearly 20K by then. It was 20K just from what we brought in from the Game Found campaign. So that was on artwork. And then that's whenever we got we had gotten everything up to our budget. And then we heard about tariffs. And I was like, well, fuck. Now what? In the meantime, working on Vagabond, what have you learned about commissioned art, the interaction part of the artist, and the legal part of putting it in the book? Okay. Ooh, very good question. Okay. This is not, and again, I want to say this right here. I have had great interactions with every artist I have worked with on this book. I have had fantastic, absolutely fantastic relationships with them. We've had great conversations, all that stuff. I'm very, very proud of the way that Vagabond looks. Okay. Keeping 100% of the profits because it's your own storefront. How is it? How difficult was that to navigate? If you could expand on that, kind of what you mean by how difficult that was to navigate, like what navigation is or entails and all that. I'll try to fill in on that. Okay. So there's a couple things. Let me open up a doc with this. Alright, we're going to open up a doc and I'm going to talk a little bit about production. Alright, so if you're going to do this as a solo thing, you need to know a couple things real quick. If you were a solo developer, you are completely indie, you need to be aware that you are acting as a couple different things here. Your own designer, narrative lead. God, that is tiny on there. That's better. Okay. Your own art director, your own graphic designer, and layout. We're just going to bundle that in there, right? Designer, narrative lead, art director, graphic designer, and layout. Marketing. Okay? You're your own marketer. Period. Designer, narrative lead, art director, graphic designer, and layout. Marketing. What else? In some cases, you will be your own artist or illustrator, which would be bundled into art director. Okay. Let's talk about this real quick. So if you can't be your own like lead designer, your own game designer, right? Lead game designer. If you can't do this and you have to portion it out, you're going to have to start splitting your paycheck. VTT, thank you. Boom. I feel like there should be another thing in here. There is. Oh, buddy. This is everything you need to be in order to run your own business if you want to do it in the capacity that I'm kind of doing it, okay? Nope, I just realized there was a fucking something else. You might call this transport, you might call this distribution, you might call it whatever. I'm just going to call it logistics, okay? Project management, I mean, that's basically, boom, the whole big fucking smorgasbord, right? Yeah, I guess we could say project manager. Okay? This is, you are your own lead game designer, project manager, narrative lead, art director, graphic designer and layout, marketing, VTT developer, financial officer, logistics manager. There is another position that I am seeing kind of slowly getting phased out, and I'm just gonna say some people might be like, wait, what? This is going away? Okay. This position right here as a sensitivity consultant, there have been more than a few projects that sensitivity consultants have gotten in the way or cause the project to get blunders in it because of over edits. Probably the most famous of this one, of these, was Candela Obscura. The sensitivity consultants were literally so heavy-handed on Candela Obscura, it caused the game's failure state to get just lost from the book. I think that sensitivity consultants are... This is the kind of thing where, like, if you're a project lead and you know that, like, hey, we are getting into topics that we need somebody to give us an advisement on. That's the time that you call in a sensitivity consultant, not just because you made a thing. Okay. If you just made a thing and you're like, I need to hire people to make sure that, like, South Pacific Islanders don't get offended. If it doesn't have any themes that rely on like South Pacific Islander culture or whatever, why the fuck do you need to call them in? If it's just because like you feel bad and you need to give somebody a job. No, that's not the way that this works. That's bad project management. Okay. Advisor is the word you needed, but it was spacey. So I gotcha. So the reason why you would hire a sensitivity or a cultural consultant is because maybe you've gotten some feedback that something you have put into this book is potentially like you're getting in on some borrowed territory from a culture that you're not a part of. Should probably hit them up about that, right? I'll tell you the reasons I hired sensitivity consultants at some point in the process of this right here. Okay, whenever I was making Vagabond. Number one, it was because the first time I really brought someone on, it was to look over the standards and practices where I was talking about, hey, in talking about some things with the discretion tools, I hate the term safety tool. I'm moving over to the discretion tool. Okay. I think safety tool sounds way too alarmist about what it really is. We're talking about what themes do you really want to get brought up at the table? Not like, hey, are we cool with like everybody having a Glock at the table? No, that's not like, no. Whenever we're talking about the danger of TTRPGs, that look, most normies are going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why does this sound dangerous? Right? We're watching what words we use to make this hobby more appealing to people. Okay. Now, the term safety tool. The term safety tool implies danger. No matter what you want to say to disagree with that, this is true. And I think we can use a different term that would better describe what the fuck these tools are, rather than blindly going with this thing, because if I don't, someone on Twitter is going to get very, very fucking mad at me. Okay? I don't care what that person on Twitter is going to say. At this point, we need to start trying to make this hobby more approachable to people. And one of the ways that we can do that is to rename some of the things that sound very too self-important, too pretentious, whatever. If this sounds like this is a kind of like, whoa, Taron, whoa, you're getting red-pilled here for a second. Actually, this has been something that some of the more like... I've seen people who make their careers in like designing safety tools even say, it's time for us to reevaluate what the hell we call this, okay? Yeah, the phrase safety tools makes me think of child-proof scissors. I like your term better because it makes it feels more mature, which as a concept that it is. Yes, and by the way, I'm also not talking about like we need to change the term to here we go. I'm not saying that I disagree with some of the safety tools that are in play or something, right? What I'm saying here is let me turn this down. Okay, so what I'm saying here is a lot of people just started whenever safety tools kind of became a thing, that it was like a topic we were discussing. There were a lot of people that just started proposing shit that were just ideas that we were throwing shit at the wall. The problem was there were also a lot of people who thought, if I don't use this, I'm a bad person. Okay, this is a problem with the way that Twitter is being used in political discourse at all. There are a lot of people who are very, very reactionary, and as a result, they will not take any of the nuance or what context into consideration. And if you disagree with this thing that we have all agreed is very, very progressive, or like, if you want to say woke, I guess you say woke now, because I just hate the term. If you want to say that, whatever, okay? But the cry bully shit has caused people to look at this, at like safety tools all in all, as this is a very SJW bullshit kind of a thing, okay? Now, we can be mature adults about this and react with a way of, okay, I can hear you out, and maybe we start to adjust this, or we keep acting like the same screeching assholes they say we are, right? And just say, if you don't agree with me, you're a bad person. I'm going to tell you right now, they don't give a fuck if you think they're a bad person, okay? They don't care. That person is going to continue doing their thing, right? The only person that can cancel them is themselves. It's how the world works, okay? Now, going on over here and talking about the discretion stuff. I still think one of the best videos on my channel is actually the completely fucking unscripted conversation I have with Grim Jim. because I realized something in that conversation, and it completely reshaped the way that I was thinking about how we talk about safety tools. And that is, Jim did not think that the session 0 was a safety tool. I was like, this is fucking interesting. Okay, so we have, I think he said, I think we have a semantic disagreement on this, or yeah, semantic disagreement on that. And I was like, okay, cool. So, I agree with you there. I've also been a pretty outspoken detractor of the X card, because I don't think that the X card serves its purpose well at IRL. It might be a decent thing in online sessions, but even then I kind of think the person who is most likely to use an X card is the person who is most likely to need an X card is the person who is least likely to actually use it. And I actually just saw something on the PDF I want to correct in the rulebook. I'll fix that later. I think that the X card might sound like, this is a great idea in concept. In all reality, everyone looks at that who isn't really on board with this and is going to think, oh, this is like I'm pussying out of the experience right now. And like, I don't want this to happen to me or what the hell ever, right? It's not really the kind of thing that actually solves a problem. It creates one, right? It's inconvenient and probably a little embarrassing to use. Yeah, you feel like a child with it, right? So whenever it comes to the X card, I have also talked with numerous people who were like very, very proactive and like, yep, when you talk about like more safety tools in TTRPGs, who even say that the X card is, after all this time, not actually a fantastic tool. Okay. People don't use it at cons. And if you do use it as a con, or do use it at a con, most likely they're just going to be like, this is probably not the game for you. Okay. Here is a really, really cool thing. In the last, I want to say about two or 3 years. Yeah, there we go. Humble Galleypod's kind of getting at this. Lines and Veils is probably is the strongest option IMO. So in the last 2 or 3 years, I think we are starting to see that the majority of the TTRPG scene recognizes that safety tools have some fuck ups happening in them. Okay. We have also seen how like time and time again, whenever people keep talking about safety tools and we see them actually in use, the rare moments that it does happen, it seems like shit just falls apart and that people forget it because, hey, what do you know? We're human. Okay. However, the one that does seem to have reigned pretty well supreme and been pretty solid overall is Lines and Veils. Okay. I guess here, we'll probably clip this shit. So here, I'll talk about this real quick. Lines and Veils. I think that this is actually the best safety tool there is because, like, let's just be real here. This is you establishing your social contract. Okay. That's the way that Grim Jim talked about it. And I actually like that term a lot. You were establishing somewhat of a social contract between you and the other people at the table. I think Dottie from Mystic Arts GM was also saying that he doesn't agree with using the session or the session 0 or the safety tool or whatever because he only really plays D&D with his friends, right? And I'm like, I get you. Before you go make a YouTube video about this, know that most people don't just mean that right there, right? So, in using safety tools, the reason why you would have a thing like Lines and Veils, this is if you don't know maybe what topics could get brought up at the table, it's worth it to at least just be like, hey, this is the list right here that we know are themes of some adventures that are probably worth giving people a heads up on. Okay. Yeah. Outside of just talking, yeah. I will say right now, so one of the things I got kind of flamed on was that me saying you should probably just talk like adults at your table, like talk to each other like an adult, got me like some hate as calling me ableist because some people won't, their anxiety issues are going to prevent them from talking to each other like adults. And I'm like, this doesn't fucking solve it either. What the hell are you talking about? Anyways, I think honestly, if it becomes that much of a burden to you, yeah, if it becomes that dangerous for you to play TTRPGs, where like any kind of human interaction will cause you to freak the fuck out or like bringing up something that could cause some kind of a contention is going to cause you to have some kind of an episode like that. Maybe TTRPGs aren't really the thing for you, or at least the TTRPG that is being presented as having these themes is not for you, and it's not the kind of thing that you can twist around and say, because your game was not made for me, it is ableist. My people, I have literally dealt with this over on Twitter. I deleted my account, or else I would happily fucking bring it up right now. But this was a controversy. Actually, this was like last April. This was a controversy last April whenever I removed social checks from Vagabond. Okay. Whenever I started removing any of the wording that was talking about codifying social checks and any kind of a social mechanic, and I posted on Twitter, I think it's very weird to give a mechanic to something of a social check whenever we are like human beings are not numbers on a chart. We are not the kinds of things that you can measure a relationship meter with or anything like that. No, if you're seeing it like that, you should probably get some help, because I think that you have a pretty warped view of what social interactions are with your other human beings. Well, this got me a lot of hate, and I was like, well, there you go. I guess that's the end of it, right? I guess I could have been asking for that, but bringing all that back in over here, okay? Lines and veils. Actually, before we touch this, I want to move up to something right up here. One of my favorite things that I saw Eat the Right do, and that I'm very happy to see that now Vampire the Masquerade is doing, is what I'm calling the stand your ground clause in safety tools or discretion or your game text. Okay, here's what I put this, and this is what I put in Vagabond. Eat the Right has something similar. Vampire the Masquerade has something similar. This is a game of power fantasy violence, delving into dangerous locations and brutally killing terrifying monsters. These are core tenets of the game. If players aren't up for this experience, they should play a different game. What this game isn't is an excuse to subject others to an experience they aren't in for, nor is it a justification for mirroring real-world bigotry. Players are expected to take on the role of heroes. We consider violence against evildoers as meaningfully different from violence to, quote-unquote, rid the world of all orcs. Killing something just because it was born as what it is potentially leans into mirrors of real-world bigotry and justifications for genocide. Boom! Okay? If you're not in for a game where we hit shit with swords, why the fuck are you playing a game where you hit shit with swords? I have seen people try to say that because a game does not tailor to what I want it to be, it is therefore ableist or discriminatory. Fuck out of here. That is not what the hell that means, okay? It means you need to read the goddamn rating on the box, okay? You sound like those moms who bought their kid Grand Theft Auto and are like, why the hell is my son killing prostitutes? Okay? If you're not reading the label on the box, you're not reading the rating on the box, and you're bitching about it, you're not a fan of the hobby, you're a Karen, okay? If you're doing this finger waggy, pearl clutchy thing, where every time a game comes out with a theme that you're like, not a fan of that, move on. Play a different fucking game. There are games that have done some shit that we're like, okay, that's just racist, right? And we whenever that happens, it's notable, and like we call it out, and we're like, okay, whatever. This happened with the Haddazee shit with Spelljammer, okay? And then this happened with Star Frontiers. Wow, 2 sci-fi games. I don't know why. This happened with Star Frontiers, where TSR, the new TSR bullshit, right, put out a difference of like 2 human races, and one of them was this Nordic race that had like way above high stats and like all this other shit where it was like, these guys are apparently the supreme race. And then there was a Negro race where you couldn't get an intelligence score of higher than 9. Okay, that's actually just racist. Like that's, yeah. And come to find out, one of the guys that worked on it is a self-proclaimed Nazi. So it was like, oh no, we're not just like calling everything a Nazi. This guy's an actual Nazi. He calls himself a Nazi, right? So that's the kind of shit that we're like, okay, that's abhorrent. But in all reality, it's fairly rare that that actually happens. Okay. In those instances, yeah, you'll call it out because it's like, what the fuck? But in this case, it's like, look, if a game is like, it's grimdark and you don't want to play a grimdark game, why are you trying to force that grimdark game to be the game that would suit you? Well, you might need to talk about that with a fucking therapist, because it's starting to sound like there's an ego issue happening in there. Okay. That is not on the game designer to make everything for you. It is not like, whenever Elden Ring came out, one of the most batshit crazy opinions I saw thrown out there about the game was it didn't have a difficulty setting. And because of that, or wait, what was it? There was also the world's too big. And I was like, my brother in Christ, why the fuck are you playing an open world RPG from Software? The guys who made Dark Souls, one of the most notoriously difficult franchises that, I mean, part of the reward of playing the game is you learning, adapting, and feeling yourself get better at a thing. Why would you think that this is a game for you then, right? And then them getting mad because the game wasn't made for them, and that turning into the fucking talk. Oh my Christ. But this doesn't just happen. Like, we see this also happening, by the way. It's like, if somebody goes and gets a game, and they're like, it has a black protagonist. Woke. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. If you don't like the game, or like if you're seeing it, and you already feel some little twinge inside you that's going to go, I'm going to disagree with the quote-unquote politics of this game or whatever, play a motherfucking different game. That's it. If you're playing something because you want to bitch about it, right? Oh my Christ. Yeah, bro, don't even think about putting women in the game anymore. Yeah, no, not unless they have like big old fat fucking mommy milker jiggly titties, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, kids on bikes, one of them can fall off and get hurt. Yeah, right? People thought the new Witcher game was woke. Because you can see, like, what, Geralt's dick or something? I'm like, dude, have you not seen the franchise? I'm like, what? Anyways, it's super hard to just be a decent person, apparently. Well, like, that's the deal. Like, here's the thing. My thing is, I'm very much in that lane of, like, live and let live, okay? If somebody's not doing something that would impede on the right of somebody else, or like, hey, if you're not out here like telling somebody they should like go die because this person is trans or something like that, whatever, right? This person decides, hey, I like hot dogs, and if you go, motherfucker, go buy the curb, I'm like, do your thing, okay? But the moment that you start like making it a campaign to like harass somebody all because like they enjoy something in a different way than you, then I'm like, holy fuck you, psycho. Like, you need to go and check your shit, you know. But this is not exclusive to right-wingers, okay? There are plenty of right-wingers who do nothing but sit in a fucking basement with their buddies and watch videos of Jenny D and sexually harass her, right? And just like make like whatever comments. What this also exists in the left, like more left-leaning spaces, where I see people who just don't consider context. And if there's someone who one of their buddies decided, hey, this person is bad because I don't know, I didn't like one of their videos, and it's like, oh, okay, well, what did they do? They talk shit about, I don't know, Merkborg. Then it's like, oh my God, dude, get a fucking life. Find something better to do with yourself. I have the would my mom care rule. Okay? If there is like an online controversy that's going on, and I'm thinking about like, how would my mom react to it? Right? Hey mom, there's this guy Pirate Software who's playing in this like World of Warcraft thing where like if you die, you permanently die like in the game, you know? And there was a raid that they were going on. That's like whenever you go in and a bunch of you guys fight a big monster. My mom is going to be staring there just like, hey, what are we having for dinner? I don't know what the fuck. Not the Pirates. Yeah. I heard someone say this on I forgot what stream, but it perfectly encapsulated like everything about that whole drama. They were like, "Oh wow, yeah, big news day for the unemployed." So like, guys, with the Hadazee thing, this was like, okay, that artwork mirroring some of the vaudevillian shit, it was like, that's not a good look, guys. Now, would my mom care? She'd be like, what? Why do you all think black people are space monkeys? Like, no, Mom, wait, hang on, let me back. Like, that's the way, like, whenever you're talking about these internet dramas, try to think of how the real world would react to it. And really have a little bit of introspection there, right? What a sentence to join in on. Yeah, welcome, right? So whenever we talk about safety tools, if I need to go and tell my sister, like, hey, there's a guy online who doesn't think a session 0 is important to your TTRPGs. She is going to be like, Taron, I only really care about why my kids haven't memorized the Pledge of Allegiance for this class project. Yeah, I get this. Right. So, yeah, son, please find a job. Yeah. So you guys, I just wanted to give you all some perspective here, okay? Whenever people are like, you should go touch grass, a part of this is they think that you've lost touch with the real world, okay? So the big important things right now, it's like, it's not the fact that this table is or is not using lines or veils. It's the world is on fire, okay? I can turn Amanda to the other. What? How about yours? Oh, fuck you! You should sing Smash Mouth. Okay. So, like, I have been critical of these things. And by the way, like, look, if you want, and this is why, ever since I started my YouTube channel, I said one of the most important things that you can do as a TTRPG fan is find another hobby. Do not make this your entire life, okay? If you make this your entire life, you will find yourself slipping into a detachment from reality. And it's the truth with any single hobby you would want to do. If you find, like, somebody is that obsessed with anything, they're probably attached to it in a very unhealthy way, okay? People are more inclined to pay attention to things that they can wrap their head around. Yeah, I mean, and again, like with the TTRPG stuff, if I told my mom, like, hey, Mom, here, I want to tell you about, like, the Adam Coble Far Verona controversy, and I have her, like, sit there and watch the video, she's going to be like, wait, so people are mad at this guy because they made a character ejaculate over a robot? It's like, well, okay, well, it was simulated sexual assault. And, like, it's pretty clear from the feelings of everyone at the table, like, this was not okay, right? Now, here's the deal. I don't think that what happened there was okay. That was very cringy, very, very weird. Adam Coble would probably still have a career to this day if he didn't decide to just completely back away from the internet and do whatever, right? Yeah, tacos and sushi in my 5e! Yes! Oh shit, that was such a funny day. Like, the thing with that whole controversy, it probably would have washed over if Adam Coble had been like, hey, you know what? Here was the deal. I have been I've been a big advocate of lines and veils, safety tools at the table, or what the hell ever. I thought that we had these in place, and I felt like kind of what was going on was probably more of a gag. And I think that I just played way too fast and loose with that gag. I'm personally sorry. I think we're going to dissolve the campaign because I just don't really think that we can salvage it after that. I don't blame the players that were involved, anything quite like that. This was just something that I thought maybe we could get into that topic. I thought it might be an interesting, fun thing with this character. And then I realized we got into a way darker territory that I should not have taken it into. So I'm going to take a note of that. And we're going to move on. I'm probably going to, you know, if they want to leave the campaign, that's all good. And we're going to continue on keeping on. Very, very sorry to anybody that like that might have like really affected, right? They could have done that. Like Adam Coble could have done that. And I think the response would have been like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Sure, you're still going to have people who are going to be like, fuck this guy. No, never, never, ever get a chance back. And that's, they're going to think what they're going to think. But instead, Adam Coble decided to apologize profusely, admit like horrible, horrendous guilt on everything, yada, 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 and wound up burning his career to the ground to the point of where he's blackballed in the industry because of how he reacted to it, right? It could have been a completely different ball game. I don't, and by the way, God, I know how people would run with this, and I already got to get a fucking litany of disclaimers here. I don't think what he did was right. I think what he did was cringy, you know? And like, I mean, I guess it's a rule of the internet, don't be cringe, right? But no, I mean, in all reality, I think that like, I would never, personally for me, I wouldn't do any kind of plot line like that because I'm not comfortable with it. I tend to think that most of the time whenever the table gets quote unquote sexual, I am personally like, this feels weird. I'm not, I'm good, right? It's just not the thing that I want to do. I don't want to write erotic roleplay with my friends. That's not me. But if you want to do that, like, okay, look, that's on you. If your table's cool with it, they're cool, whatever. It sounds like Coble was doing something that he thought was kind of a gag and it got out of hand. And yeah. So maybe everyone should just relax. Kind of. I don't want to understate how like I don't take anything that I've said so far as a wholesale opinion on anything like sexual assault or anything like that. I'm talking very specifically about them as themes in a TTRPG, right? Whenever we're talking about this as like a theme over here, if you decide to go for like the world lore of like orcs and half orcs, well, half orcs are all the spawn of like orcs raping women. It's like, holy fucking shit. Well, if that's your bag, that's your bag. But like, I don't really want to role play out that scenario. That's just me. If I'm woke for that, I'm like, all right, well, consider me awake, brother. I don't know. But it's like, it's not the kind of thing that for me personally sounds fun. Okay. I want to play a game. I want it to be fun, you know? And that to me is a thing that if it came up at the table, I'd be like, immediate, pretty much not fun, right? In the same way that if someone brought up cancer, if someone brought up, like racism, and I'm not like, if there's racism as a theme where it's like the elves and the dwarves don't like each other, I'm like, all right, well, how far into this are we going to get? Are you going to like invent slurs for dwarves or something? Because like this feels like, oh, this is going to get, I don't know, man, like whatever. It's not my vibe. Homophobia is one of those things. If it occurs in a story that I'm like watching on TV or something, it's whatever. Whenever I see it happening, like in a TTRPG, I'm usually like, I don't know how well this guy's going to handle this. And like, especially if we just met at a con, I'm like, dude, please don't use this as an excuse to just like call someone the F slur, you know? It's the same thing with like, I look at like miscarriage, harm to children, right? Like maybe harm to children in the right context of like, or, you know, harm to animals. Like this is something I don't really mind too much. But when it comes to like harm to children, for me, generally, I'm like, just don't really want to get into that, my guy, right? But whenever it's like genocide, if I'm playing Eat the Reich, I expect that to be a theme. You're killing a bunch of Nazis, all right? If they're out here and they're going like, we actually don't mind the Jews, I'm like, okay, wait, you're not a Nazi then, like, you know? Oh my god. Personally, as a GM, you can't stand role-playing bigotry. Well, yeah, like for me, it's weird. I feel this like weird pit where I'm like, if I'm playing Nazis, it's so cartoonish with it that I'm like, okay, yeah, you're supposed to kill the fuck out of these guys. You know, like that's the whole deal with Eat the Reich, right? But like as a theme in like the entire intent of this like villain is that they just want to cleanse the world of gnomes. I mean, it's like Dandelion Eater is a well-established slur for elves in Shadowrun. I don't have to invent anything. That's funny. Elves and dwarves feel like football teams more like anything else, but yeah, people can make it a tool for racism. That's the thing, right? Oh, rats. Okay, here I'll talk about this real quick. I realized that we got pretty far into this, and I didn't talk about Lines and Veils. Lines and Veils are, in my opinion, probably the only quote-unquote safety tool I think should see continued mainstay play, because this is like the best tool for setting like a social contract with each other. Okay. I'll read what I wrote here. I'm not saying that I did this 100% right, but it's just what I felt. Okay. Lines and Bells are a helpful tool in adjusting your table's preferences for certain topics that may come up in game. In short, these are categories for how some potentially troubling topics will be handled narratively. A line: I do not want this to be brought up. A veil: I'm fine with this subject happening off screen and not described. During your session 0, it's worth taking the time to check in with everyone to see what their comfort level is with these topics, particularly if you want to dive into more mature themes outside of those expectations covered earlier here. Real quick, to those of you who have been sold the idea that lines and veils are an excuse for someone to go, I don't have to fight this spider because I put this on this contract earlier. That's not the way it works. Okay. This is supposed to be addressed like early on into like your big campaign, right? By the way, if someone came to a con with like the Monty Cook checklist and like they show up at your table and said, here's my contract. If you do anything like this, you are not a good progressive. That person's a fucking psycho. Okay. That person does not have any idea as to what the fuck this is supposed to be used for. Okay. This is before you sit down to play, you all just need to understand, hey, not every single adventure lists the topics that may come up. Okay. This isn't really regulated by the ESRB or PEGI or anything like that goes through and like checks the topics and does whatever. This is part of why we established content warnings to let people know, hey, this is the stuff that's going to be in here. Literally, we've been doing this since the early 90s. And like, it's fine. It's fine. This isn't an attack on free speech or anything like that. It's giving people who would probably want to pick up your product, hey, here's a warning. We want to make sure that you're not getting into something that is not what you would be down for, right? You're giving your customers a heads up here. And honestly, you should be pretty down for this because like, there's a lot of people who, if they see more fucked up stuff in your like content warning, they'll go and pick up your product. And that's like, you know what I mean? Like whenever people started hearing about like Eminem's like album back in the day had like a whole scene where he was like narrating, like, I think it was like killing his wife or something. That actually drove people over to pick up the fucking album. Like people were trying to see like, what was this shock content basically that's in there, right? Now, here's the thing: if you're writing some edgelordy shit to be an edgelord, you do your thing, edgelord. But realize that it's not the fact that you can't write it; it's that you have to understand that some people are going to take an issue with it. Okay, and that's it. Hey, you do you. Okay, this is like the constant thing I keep seeing. Whenever I see a lot of like the free speech absolutism kind of like being pushed right now, one of the things that I'm always like, wait, literally nobody can say, or nobody can just straight up regulate you to the point of where you can't say something, but you have to deal with the consequences of what you say. Okay. It's like, if you're a white dude out there and you're just saying the N-word, it's like, okay, look, nobody can prevent you from saying that, but you have to deal with the fact that if you say that, people are going to get pissed off, okay? Like, there are consequences to the actions you choose to take. Okay. And it seems like people are like, oh, well, my free speech, yada, yada, yada. It's like, you have the freedom to say what you want to say. You're just pissed off that there's consequences to what you want to say. Like, that's end of the day. Like, you know, you want an audience that's aligned with the project's goals. Yep, exactly. If someone tells me they find fantasy in general offensive because Tolkien said mongoloid in a book, okay, well, like, I'm still going to make what I want to make. And if you're going to go around and call me racist because I like writing fantasy, I'm going to tell you to get a motherfucking life, you know? Best example I heard of, you can say whatever you want, but if you say bomb in an airport, in a fire, or theater, there will be consequences. Yup! Right there. Easy, 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 right? It is not the fact of like, oh, okay, well, quote unquote, my free speech oppression. Number one, that only applies to the government, okay? The free speech clauses only apply to the government suppressing your free speech. So that's one thing. If it's a privately owned entity, like I remember Reddit, Reddit brought this up. Reddit was like, hey, we're done kind of saying that we are a free speech platform because we realize that we do need to moderate speech. And if we keep saying that like we're a free speech platform and we just let people go fucking buck wild, well, how can we reasonably say we need to do things like remove doxes, right? We need to do things like keep people's information private. We need to remove certain shock subreddits, things like that. How can we say that we even have moderators, or we should have moderators, if we are a free speech platform? So that's why they changed their tone in like, what was this, 2016 or something? And said, we're not a free speech platform. We are a privately owned social media website. And as a result, you can't just say what the fuck ever you want to say over here. We're not interested in being that anymore. Because people are posting misinformation, you know, yada, yada, yada. This is one of the things I always, whenever I hear about like, oh, my rights are getting suppressed or whatever, I'm like, freedom of speech only applies to the government suppressing your speech, not fucking TTRPG or Twitter or, I don't know, somebody who's like you disagree with in a crowd. If you're like, well, my free speech, that person isn't like, they're not beholden to like grant you the right of suppressing or of not suppressing your speech. If you go up and you say some hateful shit to them, or like you go up and use, I think there's like, even in some states you have the fighting words clause where like if you're up in their face getting aggressive with them and like they deck you, it's almost like a, well, yeah, you fucked around and you found out, you know? Yeah, Insane Clown Posse got popular just for their insane lines. Make them make a pop song and they'll get like 1 million streams tops. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Some people that are into the more shocking content like that, that if they're like, we just want to hear somebody say some like really crazy abhorrent shit, that stuff is gonna have its crowd. Okay? Now, if it's annoying to you because now you've suddenly got juggalos that are coming into your town and drinking all the fucking Faygo and I don't know, there's like a huge clown orgy and a bunch of tents and whatever in a field over by your house. Look, like you can go and complain to the city and all that shit about it, but like at the end of the day, you're going to have to fucking move if they're going to just decide to stay there for all eternity. All right. Like that is on you to eventually pick yourself up and move yourself away rather than expect the entire world to cater itself to you. You have a question about the Kickstarter after this topic. You don't want it to get lost in the song. Okay, you're good. Yeah. You were talking about hiring a sensitivity consultant. Oh yeah, we're getting there. Now, here's the deal. Here's why I put what I put in here with Vagabond. This is not a checklist to tell the GM they can't use these elements. This should be known to everybody. If you have a problem with safety tools, the biggest misunderstanding I have seen of these is that there are some social media personalities that have been trying to say that this means you as a player can go up and tell the DM, if you put this stuff in your game, I'm going to cancel you. That's psychotic. That's not the way this is supposed to work. Okay? It's meant to make sure that everyone at the table would be okay with what elements are included. This makes sure everyone at the table is on board for what could come up and helps keep each other enjoying the game as much as possible. The following lists are topics known to be common triggers, but is in no way conclusive. This is just stuff I pulled from the Monty Cook checklist. By the way, even Monty Cook Games has come out and said they actually think that they fumbled that release a little bit. The checklist thing, there was a decent idea there, but they didn't do a good job of presenting how that list was supposed to be presented. And as a result, it kind of went against the ethos of this is supposed to be like a social contract that you establish with everybody at the table, not just a piece of paper of your fears that you hand some rando at a con and be like, hey, I'm really scared of spiders. I hope there's no spiders in here. Like, it's not the way it works, guys. Now, kind of going back on this, in sensitivity consultants and everything, okay? You need a sensitivity consultant, not for every fucking project, okay? You need a sensitivity consultant if you're looking at covering darker themes. If you're looking at getting into maybe multicultural themes that you are not a part of that culture, they probably want to hire a cultural consultant, right? You do not, this is part of the problem with like the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. People felt like because Sweet Baby Inc. got involved with video games, that they were somehow hurting the artistic like intent of the game just by being a part of it and telling the developers, no, you cannot do this. I do not know in depth what happened with Sweet Baby Inc. or anything like that, but I have heard of instances where sensitivity consultants got on board and just didn't do their motherfucking job, okay? Or they were doing a job in a way that actually detracted from the quality of the book, such as what happened with Candela Obscura. Now, here's the deal. I think there is a purpose for this to exist. I think there is a reason for a sensitivity consultant or a cultural consultant to exist. I think that overwhelmingly, a lot of people are terrified to say that this should not, or like maybe they don't need this for a project, because they think that suddenly that means I'm going to get bullied over on, I guess, Twitter or Blue Sky now, right? Yeah, consultancy is about limiting subject blindness. Yes, I will bring on a sensitivity consultant or like a culture consultant if I need to improve something with like maybe some ideas from that like culture, right? I'll give you an example. Of the times that I hired consultants to work on Vagabond, number one, it was, I said the thing earlier about establishing my standards and practices, right? About writing shit. I released all that under a license, yada, yada, yada. Number two, originally, there were class glyphs for all the different classes, kind of like what they do with D&D. With the pugilist, it was a fist. And I was just like, okay, well, that's what they do with the monk in D&D. And I'm like, all right. But here's the thing. It was a fist like this right here. Okay? Even though it was like twisted and it had like brass knuckles on it. Okay? Now, the problem was not the fact that it was a fist. Because I was like, well, yeah, they do this in D&D. And it's like, are we just going to say that, like, anytime it's a fist, we just can't use that because it's, like, a black power symbol in there and we're appropriating from, like, whatever, group or whatever? So I talked to Jeremy Cobb of Three Black Halflings, and I was like, hey, man, can you just kind of, like, walk me through this? What, like, I feel like maybe I'm just, like, not really seeing what's so bad about this or whatever. And he was like, dude, if you made it any other color other than black, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. And I was like, oh, gotcha. So I was like, okay, well, got that. Eventually, we just moved away from like glyphs being a part of the identity of like Vagabond stuff. Because number one, yeah, gotta admit, that is kind of like the thing that D&D does do. And I was like, all right, we'll just get out of that territory. But also, it was like fucking up our file size. Importing those as vectors was just really fucking things up. And eventually doing it as PNGs was just like, well, now if I want to change the look of something, I got to go through, export it. It became so much of a headache. I was like, let's just get rid of the glyphs, right? Isn't that one of the canon god symbols of D&D as well? Oh, I have no fucking clue. If you like, you want to know D&D lore, man, this is not the channel for that, right? I got in so surface level on anything Forgotten Realms. It was just like, okay, well, there's Auril for the Frost, or I'm in the Frostmaiden. Cool. Well, she's a goddess. All right, sick. And then we just kind of went from there. Yeah. What else? I had Stephanie from Fistful of Crits on as a consultant because of. Let's see. Drum roll, please. Let me see, chat. Here we go. What could I have possibly brought on? So I guess I don't know if you don't know her. I brought on Stephanie Freya Gill, as a consultant to check out. What do we think? Let's hear it, chat. What was so offensive? I would need to bring in a cultural consultant to come check it out. Ooh, what do we got? Let me hear it, because I know you've seen Vagabond. You know the abhorrent shit I put in here. Color blindness? No. Actually. Names of monsters? No. Ooh. What do we got? Homelessness. Oh, wait. No. Funny, though, with a name like Vagabond, I guess maybe that could have been a theme that would have been brought up at some point. No. It's actually our witch. Reason being, with the witch, so Stephanie is a practicing Wiccan, and I was like, okay, so I want to know a couple things, because to me, I saw that at the time, they had started pulling witch out of text for Magic the Gathering stuff. They started pulling witch and I think it was like druid or something, or shaman. Maybe it was shaman. They started pulling it out of flavor text. And one of the things I was seeing, especially on, like, I just saw with like witches that were also Magic the Gathering fans, it was like, hey, this is really odd because like the rep is cool. And who did you guys just suddenly decide like we're gonna pull this out of Magic the Gathering because it's offensive? And it was like, are us just being like represented in the game, is that offensive? Actually, I just thought of something. Oh shit. Do I need to fix this? No, it's still the same. Sweet. I was looking at the perk list or the starting pack, and I was like, oh shit, I thought we'd change that to Oracle. So at that time, I was like, hey, we've got a witch. It's put together. It's what I think will be in the game. I wanted to know, is there anything that I've kind of rubbed up against that was like, is there a certain maybe word or practice or whatever that you don't think should be gamified? Okay. So I hit up Freya, and I say Freya, Steph, and had Steph just take a look at this one thing right here. And she got back to me. We're just like, no, this is fucking great. I love Widdershins as a name. Everything that you've done in here just feels like there's nothing that you would need to ever really worry about, right? Now, this was me calling up stuff just to look this over right here, right? This one thing. If Steph were to start giving me notes on like, this should actually be this over here instead, and I could tell it was just a mechanical change, not actually a change of a ludonarrative or anything having to do with like, here's what this, how do I put it? If it became about changing a mechanic of the game and not a mechanic for the sake of maybe a closer tie into the cultural or whatever, right? Then I'd be like, oh, okay, well, you're not actually acting as a sensitivity consultant. You're trying to be a mechanic consultant. And that's not what I hired you for, right? The lack of backbone, I think a lot of people had in dealing with sensitivity consultants because they were worried about maybe getting called out on Twitter or something like that, I'm happy to see that this is starting to get pushed back against, you know? And it's part of the reason why I think with sensitivity consultants, here's my thing. If you're going to make a game and you know for a fact you're going to be borrowing from some kind of culture or you're going to lean into whatever kind of like, yeah. If you don't know for a fact that you could like gracefully handle this in a way that would have taste, you might just have to put up with the fact that people are going to take issue with it. No sensitivity consultant getting on board. It doesn't matter how many sensitivity consultants do get on board. They can't magically give you a stamp of approval that says this is not offensive. Okay. I'll give you a great example here. Critical Role. I keep going back to Candela Obscura. I think the big reason there is because it was probably the biggest blunder of sensitivity consultancy we have ever seen in the TTRPG industry. Critical Role initially wrote in their text for Candela Obscura, gamifying mental illness mental disability is not effective or ethical. And yet on the exact same motherfucking page, they gamified physical disability. And it was like, why is it that mental disability is put on a throne, and yet you guys still think it's okay to be like, you got a limp? What are we talking about here, right? I think there are times where you can look at the way that some TTRPGs have done mental, like neurodivergences, disabilities, all that stuff, and be like, we can critique this. We can look at this and be like, we can do something better than that, right? I think Vaesen has probably been the one to handle it the best from what I've read so far. As far as like any kind of a sanity or fear or whatever we want to say with that. In Candela Obscura, it was like, you guys are terrified to write this game, so maybe just don't write it. You know, maybe it's being a bit offensive will not hurt anyone. So this is the thing. Everybody has their own slider. Okay? Everybody has their own slider of acceptance. For what, or I say tolerance. I don't really want to say tolerance here. It's like an acceptance, okay? If something is offensive to you, then maybe don't really participate in it, right? Like, guys, one of my favorite comics, like one of my favorite stand-up comics of all time, Norm Macdonald. Okay? I fucking love Norm Macdonald. But there are plenty of people who, because Norm Macdonald says like the R slur, right, are going to be straight up like, no, what? How do you like that bad man? Bad man. He's like sexist and like bad man. Bad. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Go find something else to worry yourself with. Okay? Motherfucker's hilarious. All right? And in some ways, it's got to be context dependent as to like, is the joke just a joke? You know? Or is it actually this person is spouting some hateful shit and trying to say it's just a joke? I think the person who was like dancing this edge to the point of just completely falling off at times in the last 5 years was Dave Chappelle, right? Dave Chappelle, dude, I used to watch the fuck out of Chappelle's show. That shit was so goddamn funny. Anybody who's in chat who grew up and was like graduating high school in like the 2005 to 2010 era, you're fucking lying if you weren't watching Chappelle's show and crying, laughing your ass off, okay? That show was generation defining. It was horrifically offensive, okay? But we fucking laugh at offensive shit, okay? We laugh at offensive shit all the time. And this purity spiral we got into where like, if something is even remotely could be tangentially related to like racism, sexism, or something like that, and then turning that all into this like, well, me personally, I am not a big fan of how Mr. Chappelle, no, fucking, the guy started falling off when he went on his weird transphobic rants or whatever, but like, there could have been gags in there. He just didn't, the motherfucker wasn't funny with it, you know? You still remember him blasting off the toilet? Yeah, the goddamn Rick James bit, the Prince skit, dude, so many things from Chappelle's show were like, yeah, these are racist. The fucking blind KKK member that was black, right? It was fucking hilarious. And like, we seem to have lost a bit of ourselves. We're like, I'm not saying you've got to be offensive to be funny, right? But legitimately going after everybody who decides to like even kind of like elbow rub with a topic like this. It's like, it's the fucking purity spiral, right? And I'm like, if it's not the kind of thing where like you are directly pointing at someone and being like, hey, this guy, like, fuck him, go harass him, go do what the fuck. It's like, look, yeah, there's gotta be some give and take, you know? Taron on the short stat block talks about Chernobog, a Slavic deity. Is this okay because you're non-canon setting thing? If you don't want to use it, you don't want to use it. Like, it's just, that was kind of where that's where the inspiration for them came from. It's in there. Yeah. Something casting the first stone. Yeah, that's also the thing, right? We saw this in the TTRPG industry, and this is kind of tangentially related to... Actually, no, I say tangentially. This is just directly fucking related to sensitivity consultants here. There was a guy who was involved with a System Zero game or something. Very, very... Whenever I say influential in the TTRPG scene, I mean, look, like TTRPG micro-celebrity is like, I've got 5,000 followers on Twitter, okay? This is one of the guys that we were talking about with that. Gabe Hicks. Now, Gabe Hicks was heavily involved with this project called like the Session Zero deck or something like that. Very, very big on like, okay, I'm going to point the finger at people who put people on blast who are not living up to my ethical standards or whatever. And then come to find out, this dude is just lying to women that he's sleeping with who are in polycules who... It was a whole complicated fucking mess, okay? Now, all that being said, it was made infinitely more like fucking deplorable by number one, the guy's lying to women that he was sleeping with in order to sleep with them. Wait, you think Maisie Lynn... Oh, hey, what up, Crow? You think Maisie Lynn talked about this on her stream? I'm not familiar. He was a prick. This is the thing. He was also like massively shit-talking people behind the scenes. Like, one of the worst examples of fucking snakes in the grass. Okay. I also heard from multiple people that he was hired on to write stuff for certain systems and continued to keep turning in work written for D&D 5th edition. So if he was hired on to write for a game like, and I'm just throwing one out there at random, Vaesen, he was writing the stuff, the work he was turning in was written for 5th edition. And I was like, oh, okay, well, there you go. But people were like, if we have Gabe Hicks on here, though, we still get the bonus points of we hired on one of the guys who's very critical of the treatment of like black people in TTRPGs. And it's like, this is leaning in to the point of where we have to start looking at that as, that's grifty. All right. That's pretty fucking grifty. With sensitivity consultancy, everything that I've said is not like, that is not the truth for every sensitivity consultant. But I will say, people need to know why they need to bring one of these people on. Okay. You really need to know why you need to bring on a sensitivity consultant. Do not waste your money because you think that by hiring a sensitivity consultant, you are getting the stamp of approval that you will not get canceled for making this game. Okay. Not specific to Hicks, but you've also believed that the phrase, the call is coming from inside the house, is more and more true. Yup. Holy shit. Ooh. I love that. Ooh, I fucking love that. Yeah, Josh Wheaton talk about women's rights type of vibe. Holy shit. I love that. So I was talking about this, actually, funnily enough, talking about this with my mom. Because she was asking for what the definition of a grifter was. And the closest example I could give her was hearing about people in the TTRPG scene who invented a problem to sell you a solution. Okay? Where it was like, this was not previously ever a problem. But now that I'm telling you it is, let me tell you how to fix it. buy this thing for $60. And this happened whenever, okay. I could list off at least 3 people off the top of my fucking head who are so fucking guilty of that. I won't, because I don't want to start shit. But I want to let you know. From everything I've heard about different projects, I've, like, you know, whatever conversations that happened at, like, Gen Con with other people I've, like, worked with, or I know are working on projects and I'm kind of keeping track of or whatever. I have heard of sensitivity consultants, number one, just not doing anything on a project, just saying, hey, I am of this descent, and, like, oh, wait, yeah, to be fair, that's like how YouTube thumbnails and titles function. If I tell you there's a problem and sell you a solution, I get views. Yes, but you're not taking money, right? You're also not telling people that they have to hire you or else they get canceled. Like, that's... Ooh, Crow, I am telling you, dude, I have heard some crazy shit. I've heard of people just not doing the stuff that they were hired to do, right? That I get that grifter vibe from like 30% of content on YouTube, D&D content on YouTube. I wouldn't say that. I'm not going to say that. I will say that the overwhelming majority of like D&D YouTubers I have met have been fucking cool. Really, just really fucking cool. I got that grifter vibe more from chronic crowdfunders. And before XP to level 3 actually hates D&D. No, guys. There's attention grabbing and then there's grifting. Okay. So like clickbait, where somebody is telling you that this video is about this right here, and then it's not actually about that topic at all. That's clickbait. Not this, like, I'm going to do, like, okay, roll for combat. I think that, like, Mark Seifter, great dude. Steven Glicker, great dude. Okay? Steven has a habit of making attention-grabbing thumbnails and omitting certain things from the title to make the topic sound way more sensational. They get on the verge of clickbait fairly often because what he said in one video was like, there was a title of a video and the discussion was about why are certain D&D channels like going away? Why are they like not going to keep making content or whatever, right? But the title of the stream was why are D&D YouTubers dying? I was like, well, that's a choice. Dude, someone's just going around here like popping caps in all of D&D YouTube. What the fuck? Yeah, you saw that was kind of put off. Like, look, if you want to, yeah, hang on, I'll find it. Okay. They didn't change it, I hope. Yeah, shit, time to change careers. Yeah. Please tell me they didn't delete this, because this was so funny. Is D&D not cool anymore? Okay. Hang on. Where was this? New D&D scandal already? Oh, wait, this is videos. This is a live stream. Is TikTok killing D&D? Is D&D not cool anymore? Is D&D becoming Marvel? Why are D&D YouTubers dying? Holy shit. This title is so fucking funny. Oh my god, I love that. The clickbait is often pretty funny to me. I think it's so insane sometimes that I'm like, oh god, come on, you have to laugh at this, right? Now, here's the deal. I personally would love to figure out how to keep coming up with titles that are funny, but people are gonna get that it's hyperbolic, right? Yeah, we're gonna become extinct, bro. Yeah. I thought that title, when I saw that stream, I was like, okay, now that might actually just be clickbait. But also, like, guys, if it's happening, why does it matter? I get that it's gonna bug some people, right? I get that some people will be like, I feel like I was lied to. You shouldn't really think about it like that, okay? You should think about it like, look, they're probably grabbing, like, trying to get attention, right? And, okay, well, like, that's their thing. They're trying to get attention. Now, if they're actually fucking lying to you in a title, in some cases, that's actually just illegal. If they don't, number one, if they don't disclose, like, an advertiser and they're clearly selling you something that, like, they lied to you to, like, get you to click on, that's actually illegal. That's just straight up. That's actually a crime. Yeah. You just embrace it at this point. It's kind of funny. Yeah, no, for real. I was gonna do in my Eat the Reich. Should I really give this one away? Whatever. I was gonna do a full-on review, kind of like what I did with Vaesen and everything else of Eat the Reich, and the thumbnail was gonna just be me with like blood all over my face, just with the caption, "I like eating people," and like I was just gonna be like, okay, whatever, that's fucking funny, right? Like I thought that was a great thing for or whatever. However, I also know how fucking humorless the internet can be sometimes. And I was like, look, I'm going to do this for a video and someone's not going to really have watched my content in the past and realize like, hey, this is that one-eyed dude who's like fucking unhinged sometimes, you know, whatever. Yeah. Why do Nazis keep dying? Yeah. Yeah. Bro, it's not that funny, man. What? Oh, I thought it was fucking hilarious. I ate Hitler. Yes, right? Like, I ate Hitler, and it's like the fucking Mr. Beast, like, yeah, do the, oh god.
Just come and say hey to chat.
I was gonna just be silent and try to make it awkward, but
Yeah.
oh, I thought you were lifting shit up. Don't do that. Don't do it. Yeah. No!
Represent! You should get one, because look how cute they are.
My Arnie Hammer moment? What the fuck is... Oh, Army Hammer.
Crow!
Who? Army Hammer? Allegations, rumors, and controversies explained? What the fuck? Wait, he had all three?
I can't wait to see you this summer.
Look, if you've had an allegation, ooh, that's
Armie
bad.
Hammer. His name's Army?
Apparently.
Interesting. Who's this guy?
I guess he's an actor.
He's kind of cute-ish.
Arm & Hammer?
He has nice eyes.
Hello, Indestructo girl. Oh, by the way, interesting news. I got an email on. See you bitches at Gen Con, because we got our hotel approved and I got my fucking press badges. And yo. Wait, he's the guy who ate a dude?
What?
Wait, he ate somebody?
Allegation, rumors.
What?
But yeah. Oh.
He ate someone?
Just got real interesting. Yes, Gen Con, we will be there.
Wait, he fucking ate somebody?
Actor denied the accusation. Says he did not eat an animal's entire heart.
Oh, I mean...
That's not cannibalism.
Have you... Wait.
Oh, wait.
You know what you have to do to be a cannibal, so you have to actually eat human flesh, so no.
Right.
He was accused of... Okay, yeah,
Sure,
by a woman who
whatever.
was Effie. Okay.
Included one where the actor appeared to declare himself cannibal. What?
Did he eat someone? Did you not see the price of eggs? Oh, fair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Is that the dude from the Lone Ranger movie? There was a Lone Ranger movie? Wait, no, you're thinking of Johnny Depp.
Wasn't that the Lone Ranger? Lone Ranger and like Tonto or whatever his name is?
Lone Ranger movie.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
I was like, Johnny Depp is in this. Wow,
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Army Hammer was the cowboy.
Oh shit.
He ate someone?
Shit.
That, you know what? There are some thoughts that you just. Hey, I'm Comanche too, so it would have been okay. It's probably BS because he sent some real weird DMs, if I recall correctly. Like, hey, baby, you want to get eat?
I was reading.
What if somebody was like, wait, how much would you need? How much would someone need to pay you to eat your finger?
Me?
Yeah. Like a pinky.
Well, okay. Is it already lopped off?
No.
And like I have to like bite it off
Okay.
and eat it.
No.
'Cause
It would be
there's
like
a
this.
difference.
It'd be like this. There would be no pain. Okay.
Okay.
It's just simply maybe you're put under and they amputate your pinky.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to bite it off.
No.
Okay. That's a big difference.
Somebody amputates your pinky
Okay.
and then feeds it to somebody. Whatever. How much was that? How much for that?
Are they cooking it or not?
Why does that matter?
I would assume that a raw finger tastes different than a cooked one.
No, you're not eating it.
I thought that's what you said. How
No,
much
you're
would
not
somebody-
eating. No,
I thought you said how much.
no,
would
somebody
pay
else
me
would eat your
to
finger.
Eat my own finger is what I thought you.
No.
meant. Oh.
Somebody would have to pay you to eat your finger.
Somebody would pay me so they could eat my finger.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Like your
well,
pinky
are we
finger.
talking right or left pinky?
Whatever. Like, let's say left pinky.
Okay, that makes a difference. This
Okay.
is my art hand.
Okay, so left pinky. Okay, left pinky.
I bet you I could let it go for $500,000.
Damn. Really?
Desperate times, baby. You know what $500,000 could do right now for us? Like, and what is this doing for us?
No,
Huh?
I mean, I
typing on a keyboard sometimes, maybe. Like, what is this doing?
I feel like mine is way lower than that.
Lower?
I mean, I personally
Lower?
$20
You
is
use
$20.
both of your hands. for your-
$75. Yeah, right. You would say not the art hand. Well, okay, for me as a guitarist,
Yeah, he uses both.
So to me, I'm like,
It would be less than $500,000.
I mean,
What
like,
would you give it away for?
I'm trying to think of how much money I would make in my entire life, and then like, could I get a shortcut to that by losing a finger?
Fair.
Right? So like, this is the plot to the first episode of Beastars.
Oh my god, I love that show. I love
Oh,
that
it's
show.
so good.
Louis?
Honestly, I thought the first season was like really great, and then I kind of
The
like,
second season was like, okay-ish.
didn't we stop watching the third season?
No. We binged. I'm ready for whatever's
No,
to
we stopped
come.
like halfway.
Like, I did.
Oh, okay, maybe I didn't. You didn't.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't care for the horse guy.
Isn't it
but
Jujutsu Kaisen? You don't have a frame of reference for the flavor difference between raw and
I got
cooked
kids,
fingers?
man.
I love that you were like really considering it like, what, raw or cooked? And I was like, wait, why the fuck does that matter?
It's me eating it.
Yeah.
Because if I'm eating it, yet again, there's a big difference.
The
Sashimi
anime was
or
really
barbecue,
gay.
like,
Dude, Beastars is very gay. Very, very gay.
which means good.
Yeah,
Not you.
whenever
I'm
he's
talking
like
to chat.
talking to that male deer and he's just like, I'd like to know how you taste. And
Oh,
it's like,
I know. I was like, oh
just
my god,
fuck
can
already.
you just both do it with
Yeah.
each other? Like, forget the rabbit. You two belong together.
I mean, that isn't wrong. Beastars goes through all that. I mean, anybody who sees like, I want to eat this little rabbit, but I love her. It's like, and that's not a metaphor for fucking. It's like, dude, you gotta maybe check out that spectrum test.
Bisexual nightmare, I think you mean dream.
It's so funny that Legoshi is just straight. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's your like, you know, your angsty guy at school that like maybe wore a trench coat and he like it was rumored that he was gonna like, you know, do something to the school, but it actually wasn't. He was just
You
like
think Legoshi's like a school shooter.
he gives off that vibe. But like you get to know him and you're like, no, obviously he's not that. He's just like
I didn't
you
even
know,
think that.
he's just really misunderstood and dark and whatever. But no, like the other people in the school
She's
are like
not
that
wrong.
guy. Thank you.
He's
Thank
just
you.
like me for real.
I understand you. It's okay. I
Oh.
dated a guy like that back in high school. Severely misunderstood.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
He's just a little guy.
Oh Christ, dude. No, I see. The thing for me though is like, Beastars was okay. It was okay.
Yeah.
But to me, it was like a 6 out of 10.
Oh, for sure.
But then like
The
I look at
animation was really great, though.
yeah, but then like I look at like Spy Family and I'm like, that's fucking peak. That's 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah.
Chainsaw
Yeah.
Oh, Man.
Oh,
I
I
even
love
think-
Chainsaw Man.
But here's the thing for me.
Man.
Chainsaw Man is like a 9.5.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll accept that. No,
Spy Family is a
fair.
10.
That's fine. I accept that fully.
I'm like, there is not a single episode of Spy Family that I watched and I'm like, nah, whatever. But like Chainsaw Man, I was like, there's a couple times I'm like, oh, I kind of hit some bumps.
That's how I feel about Castlevania. Castlevania,
Yeah.
the first series, 10 out of 10. knocked it out of the park, whole way through, loved every bit of it. Nocturne, an 8 or a 8.
What is
8 or a 8, 9, somewhere in there.
and did
all of you, you know, like
Is that
say
Brent?
your prayers and have your remembrances for Akira Toriyama? The year passing was like a couple days ago.
We mourned last year!
I know, it was the first anniversary, asshole!
You would go with an 8? Oh, for Chainsaw Man or for Spy Family?
That person should be banned.
For saying Spy Family, or for saying Chainsaw Man is an 8? Sorry, been a year. Yeah. Yep. All right. So kind of, I guess, reeling this back in because the dogs are gonna go ape shit because Brent's here now. Your week is ruined for bringing Toriyama. I'm sorry. Nocturne is more consistent than Castlevania. Damn, that's a take. Cause I think the first 2 seasons of Castlevania are fucking incredible. Actually, I mean, I didn't really make it all the way through the 3rd season. Anywho, let's get back on this because we gotta clip it down for a YouTube video as well. Okay. So getting back to this. So the other functions, okay, you're gonna have. All right. The other functions that you're gonna have is if you are doing this alone, you're not part of any team whatsoever. Okay, we have to talk about lead game designer, project manager, narrative lead, art director, graphic designer and layout, marketing, BTT developer, financial officer, logistics manager. Okay, now if you're also if you're going to be commissioning artists, that's where you need to be an art director, right? If you are not, you then have to be your own artist. Okay, Rarely do I see that pulled off extremely well. It does happen. It's just rare. Okay. If you are looking for other options for what you can do as an art director and you don't have a big budget, what you should do is start looking into public domain art. Start looking into what you're doing with Photoshop and gradient maps, get familiar with masks and all that. Do you think Vagabond needs an actual play to get more eyes on it? I've already done 3 of them. Here's a harsh reality. The majority of people who actually have money to spend on TTRPG shit are not watching actual plays. Damn. Or if they are only watching Critical Role, and they are only buying Critical Role content, and they are rarely supporting any other TTRPG outside of D&D 5e. That's just the reality of it, you know. I have already done several actual plays. I have done several different formats for actual plays to test out to see what would be more successful. On YouTube, I'm going to tell you right now, the thing that is successful is talking with people who are great at not only getting the word out to a bigger audience, but who are great at selling the idea to people. Okay. I want to know that if I'm booking some people for Vagabond, like a Vagabond ad, right? I want to book with people who actually have a lot of public trust in a variety of different systems. Okay. Part of these are going to be people like Ben Milton, Professor Dungeon Master, Baron with Dungeon Masterpiece, right? Deficient Master, Josiah with Dungeon Dad, okay? Because even Josiah has a proven track record of getting people to go and support non-Dungeons and Dragons materials, right? There are a lot of people who are good at selling you D&D content, who are good at pushing out to you more Dungeons and Dragons specific content. There are very few people who are good at pushing you non-D&D TTRPG related content. As far as actual plays go, actual plays, guys, they don't get watched. It is a format that we have tried that we have tried to study to figure out why don't these get watched. Critical Role has a lot of star power behind it, but that is representative of 0.1% of actual plays. All in all, that is talk a lot. Yeah. Where our attention spans are body by TikTok. Yep, there you go. In order for a TTRPG to kind of come along and really do something where it's like, aha, a big success, you've got to have a pretty insane marketing budget. But here's my deal. I'm not really in it to have some big old crazy like Kickstarter that is a flash in the pan, and then in a year people are like, I don't know, fucking what was that thing? Oh yeah, I guess I got the book on that a month ago. What up?
We're gonna go get Tony's, if that sounds good.
Hell yeah!
How many do you want?
Okay, I'll do 3, no cheese. 3, no cheese, no mustard. Yeah, I just want chili, onions, and wiener.
Chili, onions, wiener.
Yeah. All right, thanks, brother.
Chili, onions, wiener.
Editing is the key to actual plays like D20 or Evantris. Yep. We talked about this a couple times. I think that there are certain TTRPGs where if you have a dungeon master that people enjoy watching a lot of, you could probably expect to get a lot of traffic from it. Okay. One of those in particular I really love is Tom from Mystery Quest. YouTube. CR is the exception. CR is a flash in the pan. Okay. They are lightning in a bottle that we have not been able to replicate. And most of it has to do with star power and being like, what is it, the first adopter principle? They were one of the big pioneers to really do it first. Okay. Now, here, I'll show you guys. This channel is going to be a big deal. I've been talking about them. I've been talking about them for about roughly, I guess, 7 or 8 months now. This is, in my opinion, the best channel doing actual play content right now. Kaboosh. Mystery Quest. 87,000 followers. They started changing up their thumbnail format, which is... okay. Now, originally, whenever I caught on to them, they were... yes. Okay. I caught on to them and caught their Morkborg. This. They were actually playing the Goblin Grinder. This is a fucking hilarious scenario written for Morkborg. And I want you guys to realize something. Look at these view counts. 210,000, 127,000, 83,000. 77,000, 72,000. What? 61,000. Oh, shit. What happened? Everyone, what happened here? Oh, chat. Come on, powers of observation. What the fuck just happened here? Someone tell me. Because this is a truism for every single fucking actual play. This graph, I guarantee you, it maps 1-for-1 to Critical Role. People stopped watching. You have a massive spike in your first episode. Your first episode and your last, the difference will be fucking shocking. Okay. People stop caring. I don't know so much about that necessarily. It's not that the people stop caring. Most of it has to do with people want a good example of what's going on with the game. Okay. That first one, this serves as what is my introduction into Morkborg. This is actually a great way to get into it. Okay. I love this video right here. Eventually what winds up happening though is this is 56 minutes and 12 seconds. And what you're going to see is they kind of kept that length. I will say for actual plays, I like this because it is edited down. My advice to them, my advice to the Yogscast, who the fuck am I to say that? My advice on here would be to actually edit this down by 50%. I think that if this is any longer than 20 minutes even, you're getting fall off. You're going to get people who just don't really want to continue on, right? But if it's more bite size, people are more likely to digest it, right? especially if you're doing it as a highlight of boom, boom, boom. These are all the big hits, right? If I release an actual play and people are like, wait, you mean you did a whole session for like 3 hours and I only got 20 minutes? What the fuck is this? I'm going to be like, you all don't watch anything else. You don't watch anything. If it's any longer than that, you all just fucking fall off, right? Yes, this is more work. Edit down the whole section to make episodes. I would say their first episode right here, 210K, could have been 20 minutes long. And if they wanted to split that up and maybe have it as a part 1 to part 6, they probably would have kept a lot more of the bites if this had been clipped to just highlights. Like, boom, boom, right? Are they doing shorts? Okay, so they are doing shorts. This is also something that actual play channels need to utilize. They need to do it more. They could be doing this a lot more. 32K, is that the most we see on one of these? 32K. Yeah, people just aren't really going to them for... What? Okay. Yeah, 32K. People aren't really going to their shorts as much as they would for like Legends of Evantris. Now, here, watch this. This is the fascinating thing. I'm going to go to Legends of Evantris and watch the exact opposite problem happen. Because, ooh, this is crazy how this works out. Okay. Here I am, Legends of Evantris. I want you all to notice something. 1.96 million subscribers. That is fucking wild. Especially for an actual play channel. Oh, but what's this? Video views. 40K? 21K? 146K? 41K? 165K? Wait, 32K? What? 20K? 38K? Wait. What? Where are all these viewers? Where did all of them go? Well, that's because Legends of Evantris knows how the fuck to use shorts. Most of, I say pretty much, I would venture to say over 80% of their viewership comes in the form of YouTube shorts. Yeah, their shorts are doing gangbusters, but their regular content is not doing as well. And it is the exact opposite with Mystery Quest, right? Now, you might say, well, maybe there's a lot of factors into this. Mystery Quest brings in the guys from the Yogg's cast, which means that maybe a lot of their viewership is used to longer form content, right? You feel like I'm Dora exploring you right now. Maybe their viewership is more used to longer form content. Maybe their viewership is more used to video content and not short content, right? Well, that could be true. But here's another channel, okay? Skill Check. Skill Check, I want to let you know, if there was ever somebody who could have blown the fuck out of Critical Role in terms of getting an audience to show the fuck up for an actual play, if there was anybody who could have actually blown the fuck up for an actual play, it would have been Charlie from Moist Critical telling everybody, hey, we're going to go over and do a D&D actual play. We actually also had the producers that were involved with Critical Role helping us to structure this thing out and make this as cool as we could. Explorate. Hey, welcome. We are going to get the producers who were involved with this thing to give us tips on how to make this as cool. And we want to do another like actual play thing, just like Critical Role. And they stopped doing it. They have switched over and basically entirely into doing, I think this might be D&D. This is D&D. 4 months ago? Hang on. Did they actually completely stop doing D&D? Did Big Deck Energy, One Piece, we went to Texas. Guys, they announced, they announced months ago. Oh, you see that I'm live on YouTube and on Twitch. Is this normal? Yes. Yeah, we're good. We're good on all that. Twitch kept running ads on my content, and I, even though I had everything turned off, they refused to stop running ads as like hyper aggressively as possible, and it was not worth it for me to make my stream suffer so that Twitch could get their bag. You know, even though I turned everything off, it was still, yeah. So yeah, D&D YouTubers are dying. Yeah. So what's going on right here is they started out as a D&D channel and it wasn't drawing the views. Okay. We'll scroll way down. Episode 1, 235k views. If you are a YouTube channel with 14 million subscribers and you're telling people to go check out the premiere of this thing that you're doing, and it draws in less than 5% of your viewership, you're going to look at that as a failure. You're going to. This is actually, wait, is that less than 1%? I'm not good at math right now. I think it might be a little bit over 1% of his viewership. But if you see the here, okay, boom, 99k, or 80k, 49k, 40k, 36k. Uh-oh, shit, 37k. Okay, we're back up. 32k, 37 for the finale. 25. Uh-oh, shit. Shit. It is time to pivot. At this point, 5k, 4.9k. At that point, you start to see they're like, hey, we have to do something about the content. So they do a guide. What is Dungeons and Dragons and why should I play it? Hey, this sounds like it would be like evergreen content for them, right? Well, 13k views. Oh my god. If you are Charlie with Moist Critical and are used to just being there at a video like, hey, so I saw this police chase the other day and this guy stuck his penis out of the window and I was just thinking, man, I remember how my dog's jowls used to flop like that in the wind, but that's not why we're here anyways. I'm anyways, that's about it. See ya. Look, like if you can do that and make like 50k a video and you're like, hey, we have a studio that we have to go dedicate to this thing that is going to require like 4 hours of our time at a you know, whatever. And it's bringing in 4,000 views. You amputate that arm immediately. That is hemorrhaging money for you. Yeah, the D&D situation is insane. Yeah. You amputate that shit. Okay. Now, eventually what they decided to do was pivot. Okay. Cantrip tier list. Oh, okay. Now they're doing the Dungeon Dudes thing. Okay. Definitive D&D class tier list. Okay. Now, you know what actually did really well for them, though, was they pivoted and they started talking about Charlie doing Magic the Gathering stuff. Well, you know, 61k. Ooh. 51k. Ooh. Let's do another episode of Skill Check with that. 15k. Uh-oh. Let's bring in Pay Money Wubby. By the way, one of the funniest motherfuckers you will ever see on Twitch or YouTube right now. They also did a box opening paired with this, where they opened up a deck of like beta pack, or they opened a beta starter pack that like Charlie spent over $150,000 on or something. They opened it on camera, right? And then they released this as a paired video with that as well. Great strategy. Over 500,000 views. Holy fucking shit. Incredible. Incredible. Them opening up cards, 64k. Skill check, 17k. There's only one of this card in the world. Charlie opened up a serialized, what is it, Kuzalek? Or like, something like that, Magic the Gathering. Serialized. There had never been a serialized card ever opened up on stream before. And Charlie did it. And it was like, oh, shit. So that brought in even more views, right? 252k. Charlie doing more pulls. This is literally just him with a webcam sitting there opening up Magic the Gathering, 67k. Modern Horizons, 90k. D&D, 15k. Watch what's going to wind up happening here. 10k on this skill check. 8.8k on this skill check. Look at all the Magic the Gathering numbers. This skill check, 13k. 16K, 15K, 18K. They switch over. Basically all Magic the Gathering. And then this video drops. Here we go.
Hey, we're going to be slowing D&D down. We're going to be moving to once every month releasing a D&D game, and it's still going to be mainline campaign. Nothing about the story is going to change, but we're just going to be reducing the amount of D&D that we're going to be putting out. A big reason why we're doing this is because the people who play in the D&D game also do a lot of other things, and it ends up being a huge sort of choke on everyone else's work when we're spending basically an entire day doing D&D when things go wrong or you have to prep and stuff like that. So because of a lot of different reasons, we're just going to be reducing the amount of D&D that we're going to be putting out on this channel.
Now, whenever they say reducing, they were thinking they were going to slow it down to like 1 episode a month, right? Taking a look at this, that video dropped, and by the way, I don't blame them for doing this at all. Actually, my advice to them would have been to do exactly what they did. As a content creator, yeah, if they wanted to just for passion continue doing the D&D content, it needed to be way more edited down than it was because they tried to mimic Critical Role, and long form 3-hour content just isn't getting watched. They could have gotten about 5 episodes out of a 3-hour video, and it just wasn't really going forth like that, you know. Also, their format of the Critical Role emulated thing just does not look great. It only really worked for Critical Role. We have not seen that lightning in a bottle really spark off again. Even like Dimension 20 tries to do it the way that Harmon Quest did it, where it's like highly edited and it feels more like this is supposed to be more of a game show. And yeah, hang on, wait, what is playing? Oh, there we go. This is the kind of thing where we'll scroll up from here, right? Remember this one. Things are changing 6 months ago. Okay. There should be 6 more D&D videos after this. Well, 6 months ago, lots of magic. Okay, well, here's 1. 2. Am I missing one? Am I missing one? No. Okay. Now, if I'm Charlie and I see that like this thing that I've invested in, this channel or whatever, and we were going to be a D&D channel, and it just isn't bringing in the views like that, and we see that the content is just flopping, yeah, we don't continue doing that content anymore. It doesn't matter what the passion is or whatever. It's not working, and if we want to run it to be a success, this is the thing that we have to determine, right? Now, if you are doing an actual play because you genuinely just love it, and you want to make sure that, like, me and my friends have this documented, this is really good for us, like, we are really happy to have this up here, that is an actual passion project. But don't fool yourself into doing the thing of convincing yourself, we're going to make it like a professional production, and I'm going to continue to say this is a passion project. And then I'm going to continue to hope for my whole life, drooling, just salivating like a fucking dog, that this will get randomly picked up and we will be as successful as Critical Role. That doesn't happen. Oh my God, that doesn't happen. That does not happen. Holy shit, it doesn't happen. The one thing, this is like, it's like whenever you have a buddy who comes up and they're like, hey, I'm going to go to the casino. I don't have enough money to pay for rent. And I'm like, okay, well, the risks here are you're really just kind of throwing that money away. This is not an investment for you. Okay. And then they're like, well, yeah, but what if? Or no, even worse, if they just go, yeah, I'm just going to go have fun. Okay. You say that you're going to go have fun. Are all your bills taken care of? Well, no, I'm going to make that back in the casino. Okay. But like, it's not how it works. Okay. So like, all right, you're just going to go and have fun. It sounds like, though, you really are kind of really invested in this thing being successful in some way, right? Well, I mean, that'd be nice, you know? But no, we're just going to go have fun. It just feels so you know what I mean? Like, it kind of feels like, how do you tell that person, like, hey, the thing that you're thinking is going to work, or like maybe this is the thing that you have planned. You seem to have been trying to convince yourself out of like maybe fear of jinxing it that you're fine with the failure. And is 12K views for every episode as a success? Here's the deal though. If that were my channel, yeah. If that were my channel, absolutely. 12K views per episode is fucking incredible. And actually, that's to the point of where I would consider looking at me going full-time with YouTube. That is really consistent. And if I can edit that down, I feel like if I can show that at least the viewership is a flat line and not a spike and then a immediate drop-off, that's interesting. That's something to work with, right? Now, if I have 120,000 subscribers and that's what I'm bringing in, I'm worried. I'm consistently at about my 10% threshold and nothing seems to be really hitting, right? I want people to be interested in the topics that I bring up. Some topics are going to like not quite hit or whatever. And a lot of the reviews that I've done, I mean, the Candela one hit because the game was broken. And like, I was the first person that really showed how fucking broken it was. And it was tied to Critical Role. And I think it was surprisingly bad for a lot of people. Actually, let me kind of backtrack on that. I did bring up how broken it was. I think that Rascal was the first to really break the poor quality of the game. They were the first to really like kind of get into how rough around the edges it was. I was the first one who really broke out and was like, no, but it's objectively busted. The book is just straight up missing half of its text, right? Or a portion of its text, and a pretty substantial portion. Now, whenever my next video is like me talking about Vaesen, right? And I'm like, I love this game. I kind of used a little bit of a segue from the Critical or the Candela Obscura one to talk about Vaesen. And then I was like, yeah, this is a cake one. I'm just going to do that. Did my video on Vaesen. Here. Did my video on Vaesen. And let me see. All right. Yeah, here you go. Looking at my channel, okay. Keep in mind, I've got 21,000 subs right now. So I had 140K people, or 140K views on my Candela Obscura video, right? And then I go and I do my Vaesen video, and 14K. This is still really good for my size, okay? That is over half my viewership going over and watching that. In YouTube, you aim for 10%. If you have 10% of your sub count going and watching a video, we still consider that to be a good, healthy channel, right? Going over here, Shadowdark. I could have improved this video a lot more. I did get a sponsor for it, all that other good shit. 14K views. Still very good. Sponsor was also happy with this one. And if I remember right, the Vaesen one, I did not have a sponsor on. I can't remember. Zweihander. This one didn't get the crazy amount of attention, despite the fact that I still think that this is a pretty great, this is still a pretty great video. 18K on Dragonbane, sick. Very happy with that, right? The problem is, each one of these videos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're not D&D, okay? They're not D&D, so already I'm kind of like cutting off my own hand right there, right? If I go over and scroll through, like, okay, I do a Cypher System thing, collab with Ked, 1.2K. Ugh. 4.2K on this one. Okay, like, this was still fun, but yeah. Best TTRPG tool ever. I followed all the Mr. Beast shit for, like, making this thumbnail, right? 2.6K views. That's okay. God, clearing the air with Grim. That was a off-the-cuff conversation with Grim. There's, yeah, me... doing the apology to Jim. Political intrigue in TTRPGs. 6.8K. I like that. However, we're getting into the territory now of what I did not like, and that was in 2023. around like the earlier part of the year, this just became OGL shit was happening every single day. Like every single fucking day. And despite the fact that I was trying to do a whole bunch of other shit, people were really only watching OGL controversy shit. It didn't matter what else I was dropping. The Merkborg video did really, really well. It didn't really matter though, like what else I was trying to kind of cover. People were like, hey, I'd watch content about you making a game. All right, sick. Try to follow that. Kind of just, yeah. You're surprised the Shadowdark video didn't do better? I agree. I super agree. The OGL 1.0 is safe now. What? We won now what? A lot of this stuff, though, is still like, people weren't really watching the entirety of like what else was going on in the industry. They were kind of just watching videos shitting on Wizards of the Coast. And as much as people were saying that they were really, really sick and tired of that, those same people were still watching it. Okay? I was the dude who dropped the fucking leak. All right? Document this. Okay. People are... oh, where was this? Where was the first one? Yes, right here. The date on this is November 10th, I think, 2022. I dropped it, and people are still saying, like, Taron, you're lying. You were not the first person to drop this or what the fuck ever. Linda, what? And I'm like, look at the fucking dates, dude. Why the fuck? I don't need to lie about anything. It's right there, okay? Despite the fact that I was still the person who dropped this shit, it didn't result in an overall spike to my channel. And it just kind of led to, like, people were only watching content that was pissing on Wizards of the Coast at the time. And to this day, that continues to be the case. We have, in this scene, we have a real big, bad audience problem. And look, I know that speaking a little bit generally here, but for real, if this does not apply to you, do not think that I'm talking about you, okay? Now, we have a really big, bad audience problem where we have a lot of people who will basically only watch drama. Dungeon Craft, PDM covered this a lot. And, like, it doesn't matter what audience members are telling us, right? It really doesn't matter. The thing that we have to look at is our analytics. And if in the analytics, it's telling us people are watching D&D drama, guess what people are going to make videos about? If you really want to see a change where people are going to be like, yes, I want to see people making more content about other TTRPGs like this. Cool. I'm glad to have you. I would be super glad to continue doing videos like this right here. I've even slowed down my content process to continue to try and make scripted content like that. People are not watching it. If you are mad about drama overtaking a lot of the TTRPG scene, and I go through, or other people go through, whatever, and we are constantly making videos that are high production quality, high editing, all this other shit, and you're continuing to only watch the fucking drama that takes us about 5 minutes to shit out, what do you think we're going to do? To make it in YouTube, you need to build an audience who care about you and not the content. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think people do watch me because they like there are people who like the personality, of which case I'm kind of like, God, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm a terrible person. There is an audience bias and an audience problem. Okay. And the thing that we really need as content creators for us to have a way healthier relationship with this fucking industry is we need everybody to start diversifying their tastes. If you're only watching content that does D&D related shit and you are just willfully ignoring Wizards of the Coast horrific fucking business practices, the content creators that you are saying I really want you to cover this thing right here, they're going to be ethically driven to a point where they can no longer stand by this company. We watched this happen with several content creators during the OGL situation. Quinn's Quest is doing well despite the challenges. I thought Quinn's Quest stopped making some stuff. Hang on. I thought Quinn's Quest even slowed down his output. There's a skating RPG and it's a masterpiece. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Quinn's Quest did slow down his output. And I'm just gonna say this. This is not shitting on Quinn's Quest at all. Whenever I say this right here, he also had a jump start. Okay, he was also successful online already, so he jumped into this with a bit of the boost already from the get-go, right? I will say though, like 1 year ago, 11 months ago, 9 months ago, 9, 9, 7, 3. So content slowing down. He had a season finale. Yeah, so like I am all here for this idea, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. Did he get an early peek at the Citizen Sleeper TTRPG? Or did he just go with the system as like the rule set they were going to use for a TTRPG? That's very cool. I've been stoked to hear about, oh yeah, what's going to happen with that. You were in the alt TTRPG community and got really sad everybody shitting on WotC went back to 5e after like 6 months. That's the deal, okay? Like, not everybody went back to 5th edition, but I will say it is kind of telling that, like, despite everything I've said, despite every bit of history, right? Everything that's gone on with my channel. I was talking about making a GM screen yesterday, and there were like, 15 viewers that were in here hanging out. And then I went over and I was like, hey, didn't they drop that Unearthed Arcana with the Artificer in it? And I went and opened that up, and suddenly, like, nearly 40 people filed in. I fucking hate talking about D&D design. 5e is a fucking terrible system. Like, I'm just gonna be real here, man. You even got the lead designer out here publicly shitting on the game. But there are people who are obsessed with it. Obsessed to the point of, no matter whatever the fuck I would say about it, whatever it would be, I'm like, I can't. I don't know. I don't know how to get people like that to check something else out, right? I've tried. I've done my reviews. There's been a lot of shit that's gone down that I thought would have swayed the public opinion. And I think if you have the opinion, if you share my opinion, right? Me as a content creator, I feel like I kind of have to cover D&D shit to help promote other TTRPGs. Because if I don't, then I lose out on the viewership that would likely be the most interested in looking at those other TTRPGs. Except we're kind of living in this like little gaslighty phase, right? Where like, as much as people are like, I really love D&D, I want to hear about what some other systems have got going on. Cool. Well, here's like Blades in the Dark. And then they're like, well, wait, where's the D20? What's advantage in this system? Oh, never mind. I want to go back to 5e. Okay, well, let me pull up another one. Okay, so you really like the advantage, you really like the D20. Here's Shadowdark. Cool. So Shadowdark, D20 system, roll high. Mathematics. Oh, man, sorry if that pop got on the mic. Mathematics are a little bit lower. Hey, wait. We're subclasses. Well, you have your classes, and then they all have different talents that'll change the way that it's built. Wait, but I can't play like a Light Domain Cleric? No. Okay, never mind. I want to go back to 5e. What the fuck is this? What is this? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck brain rot that is. Where it's like, you're so comfortable in this tiny little bubble that you think that literally anything else is going to be way too complicated for you to fucking grok. Oh, Zach, hey, thank you so much for not being like that, dude, and supporting Vagabond. Great time for that to get splayed over my face, right? Yeah, like this idea that like, oh wait, some people have been playing it from the age of 10, so it's hard for them to leave it. What, 5e? God, that's weird. Wait. Oh my god, there are people who started playing D&D at 10 years old on 5th edition who are 20 now. Oh, that's not fucking okay, dude. Time is weird. Holy shit, time is weird. Wow, that's fucked up. Holy Christ. Yeah, Withers, yeah. That's me. You started at 10? To be honest, that's me. What? You started at age 9 with D&D 3.5, so yeah, it's wild. Shit. Wait. Hold up. What was it, 2000? Oh, shut up. I got into D&D at 2016. Dude, it's been 10 years? It's coming up on 10 years. I was watching Harmon Quest by now. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's why I hate the I've been doing for 10 years grip when they're talking about one game and one edition. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, oh my god, Harmon Quest. Yeah, you want to know something super funny? I didn't realize until Mark Seifter told me this. You know, Harmon Quest was not playing D&D. Let me find a picture of their table. Yeah, they were not playing D&D. And let me zoom up on this picture. And despite the fact that they were saying that they were playing D&D, if you look at the books that they had at the table... Oh, fuck, why'd that one cut it off? You had no idea what they were playing? Yeah, that one just cut it off. Well, I will give you a little hint. It had a burgundy border. And you can see... Oh, yep, there we go. So you can see... Oh, god damn it. Why is this... You better let me zoom. You fucker. If you can see... Fatal, yeah. Ooh, wait. This rulebook right here, it does look familiar. I saw someone in chat pointed it out. What brand has burgundy borders and core rulebook splayed on the side in that type of font? Oh god, that looks so familiar. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Dude, yeah, Harmon Quest was playing Pathfinder the whole time. But they were saying they were playing D&D because it was the way that everybody knew, like, what the fuck they were doing, right? Yeah, Jarvis Enhanced, yeah. No, they were playing Pathfinder the whole time. But the thing is, whenever they were playing it, you didn't hear about the action economy or, like, actual in-game mechanical talk because, like, Spencer was running all that shit, you know? With Spencer running it all and, like, him rolling the dice for everybody and doing whatever... it just they were able to blaze through the game pretty easily, right? Pathfinder's action economy and everything, if they were going through and actually doing that as like narration for their adventure or whatever, dude, nobody would be watching. Pathfinder's action economy is really smooth in operation and practicality for a video game, but whenever you hear somebody trying to explain it in terms of what's happening with like the narrative of the game, it feels way too rigid and odd. So they edited all that shit out and Spencer was just running it all. GM rolling for your stuff is crazy. I think that's what Dan Harmon prefers, because if you watch episodes of if you watch any of the episodes of Community, Abed is running all the stuff and making the rolls for the characters and everything. Actually, I don't think you can watch Advanced Dungeons and Dragons of Community anymore because they took it out for Chang's blackface moment. That's wild. Yeah, this isn't super unheard of. I've seen where people do this. Wait, what? Yeah, they took it off air. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Community. Huh? Wait, huh? Huh? Is that an exclamation? Let me see here. They start running it because of Fat Neil. Yeah, here you go. They just Wait, did they just put it back up? Because it says, yeah, right here. In June 2020, the episode was removed from Netflix and Hulu due to scenes with Chang and makeup resembling blackface. But it was all black, and the joke was on Chang being so dense that like he didn't even stop to think that that could be blackface. He wasn't trying to play a black person. The joke was that like Chang was so dense he didn't even think twice about it potentially being blackface. And it, oh god. So did they put it back up? Can I see like Netflix? We're gonna stream Netflix right now? Oh shit. Yes, okay. What? Oh my god. Am I oh fuck. What's my... Oh, it's on Peacock? It's like season 2 something, right? Yeah, no rules. All right, let me see here. Community. Season 2, right? Can I see the episode list? Hang on. Aerodynamics, okay. Episode 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Hey! After half a decade, they realize, hey, you know what? Maybe the shit we were freaking out about, maybe we made a problem up that we probably overreacted to. And in reality, this shit was kind of funny. Okay? Not that the idea of blackface is funny, but the fact that Chang being that Amanda Emperor just came in and like that's all I could hear. But maybe it was the fact that Chang was so stupid to not consider, like, he was role playing a fucking drow. And I'm sorry, but if you've looked at old depictions of drow, we gotta be careful looking this up. Yeah, if you look at like the old school depictions of drow, dude, look at Drizzt. Okay, like, look, too deeply enmeshed in D&D identity. Okay, like, that's what the drow looked like. Now, the fact that it was being used as a gag, where it was like, okay, well now Chang's in blackface. He wasn't in blackface. He had black face paint on. And, oh my god, it's so, like, this is one of those things where I'm like, hey, look, progressives, listen to me, my brothers, all right? All of my progressive lefty buddies out there, okay? Look, I was working on the Bernie Sanders campaign, okay? Voted blue ever since I could vote, okay? Big ally here. We have to stop being such insufferable fucks to the rest of the world. Okay. Yeah, bad people doing bad things on TV is not an endorsement. Yeah. Do we start saying that, like, we got to get rid of Breaking Bad because Walter White is selling meth? No. Are you going to say the justification that, like, well, because it paints addicts in a horrible light, we need to be sensitive to addiction and remove Breaking Bad? No. That's that point where we start, like, pearl clutching, okay? Like, oh my god, yeah, why is his name gotta be Walter? What? Yeah, that's the point of the... Exactly! Like, this is the deal, okay? Just because you could say that something might have like a... Yeah, purity spiral. It's purity spiral. 100%. It's purity spiral. And I'm sick of it. I'm absolutely sick of it. I'm sick of the pearl clutching. I'm sick of this constant looking for shit on everybody. This constant snake in the grass mentality. It's fucking wild how much people seem to just be hyper obsessed with the fact of, I'm a better person. I'm a better person. You're bad. You're bad. Only time I've ever done a fucking call out was whenever somebody was harassing others. Whenever somebody was straight up just making it their entire fucking identity. That to me is like, that's fucking unacceptable, right? That shit's like, get a life, you fucking old ass fucking freak. I don't know what to say about that other than like, dude, you look like you're fucking 60 something and you're out here telling a 24-year-old chick to suck your dick. I'm like, get fucking real. Yeah, but I am very much like looking forward to, because I think we're seeing this kind of happen in the scene. A lot of the people, and this seemed to really happen a lot around Gabe Hicks. I think a lot of people are realizing that like they kind of got sold a bad deal of goods from people that are also on the left who are pretty like, you know, whatever. And we're seeing a lot of people who are like, hey, maybe all the shit that we were being told by this person was actually a way to manipulate us and to quote unquote like being a good person according to their fucking standards, right? Here's the deal. Okay. Don't be so goddamn worried about being a good person. Okay. Live and let live. Do your thing. Okay. Don't be so fucking like wrapped up in the ongoings of like somebody else out there to where it becomes your entire identity. Because we have a lot of that happened in the TTRPG scene, and like, yeah, we need sensible people. Yeah. You walked away for a second. What's going on? Oh, just, you know, the shit that happens on streams like this. We make TTRPG thing. Now we talk about, I don't know. Now, yeah. Okay. Getting back on this. You as an indie creator, okay? You as an indie creator, you've got to wear so many hats whenever you're doing all this, okay? Narrative lead. This is writing. This is world building. Ludo narrative. I would say like Ludo narrative oversight, maybe. You're kind of trying to keep in mind, like, hey, what is this mechanic actually saying about the game that we're building out, right? You feel like you haven't seen this doc page in half an hour. Welcome to my streams. Art director, you will either be illustrating everything or commission all artists and direct them. Be the voice of the style, I say the aesthetic heart of the game. Okay. The entire time that I was art directing on Vagabond, consistently there were things that I had to tell people. Ludo narrative phase. Wait, not sure, Bensi, but I might be able to answer that if you phrase it in the form of a question. Now, be the heart of the aesthetic of the game. One of the things that I had to do with Vagabond, I want to let you guys know, whenever I'm doing artwork commissions, especially for like a pulp fantasy game, I'm going to need something in particular. I need artists who are willing to draw action scenes. Okay? I need an artist who, if I tell you, hey, I need this sorcerer to be making a spider explode with a ball of lightning. And if I get pushback on that about things being too violent from that artist, well, here's my thing. I'm going to tell that artist, hey, that's not really what we're in here for. Okay? If that artist starts turning in work that is anything other than what we had originally commissioned them for, this is where you need to have an art director who has a backbone that will tell that artist, that is not what we contracted you for. And if you're not willing to meet up to what we request on the contract, we need to renegotiate. Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy your wieners, Equian.
Yeah, you You know it.
Come on, puppies. Come on.
Thank you.
No problem. Enjoy. Leave them alone.
They smell it, yeah. Now, if I'm like, whenever I was working on Vagabond, there was a time or two where artists got concerned about certain things. Okay, one of these was the representation of orcs, which is why I talked to Legal Kimchi about a consultation on that. The other time was I had gotten a couple pieces that were in where there was confusion about what the monsters were supposed to represent, or what it meant. Like, if I say that I'm commissioning a certain monster, like let's say a Medusa, and the artwork that was getting brought back was a bit too cozy, is what I would say. Style guide and reference art's super important to this part. Yes, every single artist got a copy of the PDF, and I was like, Maxwell and I have been working on the voice of this thing. I hope that by looking at Maxwell's art, you kind of get the sense of where we want to go with this, right? Now, you have to keep in mind that as an art director, I will tell you all this right now. You need to be ready for conflict, okay? You need to be willing to, if there is a problem, you have to be willing to stand up for the game, okay? You have to be willing to stand up for the game, and she hates contracts. Negotiate your contracts. You got to be sure of a lot of very, very specific things with this, especially making sure that it's very clear where, if there are any legal disputes in what state, what country, whatever that is going to be arbitrated in. You need to make sure really clear, here's my deadline. If you have artists who continue to keep pushing deadlines out and out and out, you need to also make it clear in the contract, you owe us money back in that case. Or if you have a pay per, like whatever, I pay you half now and then half later. Well, if you don't deliver by the deadline, we start cutting the rate by X amount per day. Whatever. If this is not turned in by this date right here, we do not owe you the rest of this right here. You need to make all that very, very clear. You need to make it fucking crystal clear. Because in that case, you're not pushing an artist to crunch. By the way, hang on. A deadline does not equal crunch. Let me say that again, because a lot of people don't seem to really fucking understand that. Having a deadline does not mean that you are putting crunch or pressure on people that are involved with your game or whatever it is, okay? Crunch, or... Alright, so crunch. What do I mean by crunch? I mean putting enough pressure on the people who are working on your project to where they start having fucking panic attacks. And this is what I would say, crunch is unreasonable expectations on when work should be complete. Now, if you and I originally get into an agreement or a contract, and I ask you, hey, I have a deadline that is about 5 months out. Do you have time for me to get in about 8 pieces with you at your standard rate? And you say yes, and we go through the contracts and everything, and then come up on, like, let's say, whatever it is, like 2 weeks from the deadline, and I ask you, hey, where's the finalized pieces? And you go, well, I have line work sketches ready to go. I barely started inking. We have a problem, okay? Wait, account for commercial fees of commissioning separate artists because it hurts if you're not expecting it. Hey, you got another aspect I want to talk about there. Thank you. Account for commercial use fees. Okay. I did not originally account for this in one of the agreements with the artists, and this, by the way, we're fine right now. We're fine with this. This is the thing that hurt our budget, but it is another aspect that I personally did not know that this would be coming up. This was a per use issue with the artwork, and I did not realize that by using it on more than one product, we would have to pay separate commercial use fees for each use of the commissioned piece. The thing to keep in mind right now, just because you commission a piece of artwork from an artist, unless that artist tells you explicitly that you own the piece, You are licensing that commission out from that person. That is very important to know, okay? An artist keeps the full rights to their artwork. Now, if you pay for the usage of it in the contract, and that person eventually goes, actually, I don't want you to use this art anymore, then they are in violation of that contract that you have put in there, right? At that point, you have to discuss that out with that artist and figure out what you're going to do about it, okay? You had a huge problem with that. My game got delayed really hard because of an artist taking advantage of your deadlines being too lenient. Yep. Uh-huh. A good art director isn't just a nice person, okay? This is the deal. This is why I make a pretty fucking good project manager, okay? If you see my personality and everything online, dude, I like to think I'm a fun dude, okay? I like to think that, like, everything's great. Like, I like to have fun, like to party, do all that shit. I get my shit done, though, right? I handle my business. And I'm like, dude, you and I can be awesome working together and everything like that. The moment you start fucking with my money, like, because you're not just fucking with my money, you're fucking with my backers too, okay? You gotta know that, like, part of me is, if that happens, that fun starts to go away. Okay. I'm very, very, like, I understand. And I even account for, by the way, you should know this. I even account for emergencies coming up. Okay. If I know, like, I handle this shit super early. If I know that my book needs to go to print in 2 years, I'm working as hard as I can to figure out if that deadline is coming up. I've got to schedule this out. Like, if I say, hey, in 2 years, I've got a book that's going to need about 40 art assets in it from you. I am willing to pay you half to get you going on this. But, like, you know, that 40 assets, right? Cool. I'll tell you right now, from the pace of what I have seen from professional artists I've worked with, that's an insane amount of forecasting. Like, forecasting out for the project deadline, okay? 2 years for 40 pieces of commission artwork is insane. That is so good. But I've also budgeted for, hey, you're a human. Family members could get sick. Dogs could get hit by a car, right? Cats might run away. You might, whatever. You might also have an opportunity that comes up where you're like, hey, I need to go do this for 2 weeks. Would you mind if I, like, went and did that as well? I have a clause in the contract that says you are not exclusive to me. I have a clause that straight up says, hey, if we're going to work together, I want you to have the freedom to know I don't expect this to be the only thing you're working on. So, like, if something comes up and you want to take that gig for a month, right, do it, right? I budgeted out the time to where if you feel responsible enough to be able to handle all that, I want to give you that, you know, yeah, I don't want to fuck with your bag. You go do that. But if I gave you this much of a run up to it, right, into the deadline, and the deadline is coming up, and you don't have the artwork completely submitted, what the fuck, you know? You've seen commercial fees go as high as 300% base commission price? Woof! Holy fucking shit, no. I would not work with that artist. That's not an account of their skill or anything like that. I feel like that is extremely unreasonable. People could say whatever. I realize artists are subjugated to whatever like that. Yeah. If that's somebody that's working in, like, a commercial capacity or something, that's on them. Then my opinion to them doesn't fucking matter, right? But if it's some delusional artist that, like, I found you on Twitter and you turn in a fucking, like, color pencil, like, sketch or whatever, and I can't even really see what the fuck is happening with this, right? That artist also needs to make that very, very clear. Let me get that. Hang on. Okay. If you're an artist, please disclose this right here. I'm going to say that again. If you're an artist, before you take on the gig, disclose every motherfucking thing about commercial use fees that you have. And, like, if you do this, or sorry, if you don't do that and you hide it, and then a contract is signed that you have agreed to, you can either choose to forego your deposit, right? Or sorry, if you decide you no longer want to have, you no longer want to give permission to work on this piece, and it's because you did not disclose the commercial use fee and you need to renegotiate the contract, you need to be prepared to either return the deposit in full and anything you've been paid up to that point, or you're going to court. Hiding a fee like that after the contract is a fucking major fireable offense. Okay. And if I let you go because of that, I expect you to return the deposit. That is 100%. You do not agree with the contract that was originally decided upon. Therein, you are in violation of the contract. Therein, you need to return everything you've been paid so far. Because if the contract is no longer valid because you have decided it's not, dude, that's you talking yourself out of a paycheck right there. The commercial use fees and everything, I would advise a lot of artists, if you get to that stage, let it go. Let it go. You are going to make more money to continue to work on that thing than if you had tried to, like, fuck over somebody else. If you just decided, well, we didn't talk about that originally. No, you should know that was your fuck up and eat it and let it go. Okay? Now, graphic designer and layout. Sounds like some serious shit to pull on someone. Hope that doesn't happen often. We'll get into that. Okay. Graphic design and layout. Prepare, print PDFs. Design the typographic style. Design the typographic style for the game. Prepare print PDFs. Prepare interactive PDFs. Prepare INDD files for print. That's part of prepare. Here, we'll do this. Table of content, bookmarks, Java. Okay. You as a graphic designer, there's a couple different things that you need to be very, very, very much aware of. And in all reality, you as the graphic designer, if you are handling layout, you are going to be working with the project manager and the lead game designer and probably the art director from the point of the game being done, from writing and manuscripting all the way out until they get the project in their hands. If they get the book in their hands from the printer and there are errors, this is a thing that they are going to expect you as the graphic designer to work with them on. As a part of your contract, you need to stipulate revision fees. Okay? Open to doing business as or sole proprietorship before paying for anything. Ooh! General advice, yes, thank you. As an LLC, DBA. By sole proprietorship, that's a sole proprietorship LLC, to anybody who's wondering about that. LLC, the reason why you really want to open up an LLC is it gives you a bit of legal defense in there. If there's like a fuck up with the tax filings or something, that's the government going after the LLC, not going after you. Okay? If there's a problem that involves like, let's say, like, if somebody needs to declare bankruptcy, you would rather the LLC declare bankruptcy and not you. That fucks up your credit. With the LLC declaring bankruptcy, you might wind up having to close out the LLC. Yeah, limited liability indeed, right? This is complicated, and this can get scary. This can get a little bit like worrying, but educate yourself on it, okay? By the way, I am not a financial advisor, okay? I'm not a financial advisor. This is generally just advice as a person who has done business what you need to look into. Okay. And when you do gain any kind of income, you need to write off commissions for tax purposes. Yep. Everything you pay for as a part of operating the LLC can be written off in your taxes. Holy shit. This is so big, guys. So big. Again, look into this more. I am not a financial advisor. I'm not a lawyer, anything like that. I am a guy who does business with my LLC. I write shit for TTRPGs. So if you're here and you're like kind of watching this for my advice, that's just where my advice is coming from. I'm not an expert on this, okay? Yeah, just a recounting of your personal experience of releasing a product. Yep, thank you, Sweet Threat. See, my chat gets it. You watching and the comment sections should get that as well, right? Everything you pay for as a part of operating the LLC can be written off in your taxes. That might not be true for every single state. I would double check. Also, I know that there's some states that like don't require paying sales tax and all this other shit. That's a state-by-state basis, probably even different for your country and everything. But yeah, look into that. General advice as well. This is stuff that I would put down for the chief financial officer. Here. There. This is the stuff that like the CFO, right? Okay. Project manager, narrative lead, game designer. Where is logistics manager? So you guys kind of know what these C-suite names kind of mean. Marketing, graphic designer, layout, art director, narrative lead. I would say chief creative officer, chief financial officer, chief executive officer, CEO for logistics. Oh, COO. Hang on. I got it. Here we go. All right. Chat, you tell me, is that right? Your lead game designer is like your chief creative officer. Your project manager is your CEO. Your chief executive officer. Your financial officer is your chief financial officer, of course, and your logistics manager is your chief operations officer. Correct? Is that basically right for a project? Think fair to say? Okay. So what are we getting in here? Okay. Familiarize yourself with value-added tax. If you intend on doing business outside of the U.S. In the U.S., we only really have to worry about sales tax. And then, of course, check out the shit with your LLC doing business at DBA. But if you are unfamiliar with what it's like to deal with customs and everything like that, one of the things I will, one piece of text that I've been told to put into like crowdfunding campaigns was, since I don't want to deal with remittance of VAT, I tell all of my customers, you're familiar with VAT, and assume that most people understand what that means. I personally am like, I don't want to deal with that shit. So you handle that, the cost of imports and all that other stuff. That is on you guys, because me personally, I'm a small creator. And if you're like, well, but Free League doesn't charge, right. Free League is a company and they have European warehouses. I don't have that. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Familiarize yourself with value-added tax if you intend on doing business outside the U.S. Logistics manager, look into fulfillment. Every stage of fulfillment. Orders, shipping, Oh. Orders, packaging, and shipping. There we go. There is a difference between packaging and graphic design packaging. You should know with your fulfillment partner whether or not they offer packaging. This is like shrink wrapping, boxing, all that other shit. Be sure that they offer it, because if they don't and you just send them a box of shit and they just sort of put all that in a bag and hope it gets to the right spot, you want to make sure that they box it there as well. Okay. If they're just getting your product in and they're not offering packaging, that is a basic thing. Honestly, dropping the ball on the European warehouse game, Taron. Let me know if you want to get some European warehouses. Yeah. So the logistics manager is going to handle every stage of fulfillment: orders, packaging, shipping. Where are you taking your orders in from? Right? If it's Shopify, it's Shopify. A lot of people choose to just completely not deal with this, and they will sacrifice their print quality to just let DriveThruRPG handle print on demand. So that way they handle all the orders, all the packaging, all the shipping, and you give them 30% to also handle all your marketing for you. Basically a lot of it, right? If you don't want to deal with marketing and logistics, fulfillment, order, whatever, and you really don't want to fuck with VAT, start listing your shit on DriveThru. Now, if you're upset because like you're not going to get the print quality of it, that's the sacrifice you're going to have to make. It's not going to be as pretty of a book, but it will be a physical book that will be in people's hands, that will be distributed to people on one of the largest marketplaces for those people. And it's going to come at the cost of your book's not going to look as pretty. And you just kind of, yeah. Just so you all know kind of where I'm at with that. I plan on doing a print-on-demand version of Vagabond later down the line. And it's going to be a print-on-demand version. I'm going to make a PDF version of Vagabond that will be put out for like soft cover print. And it's going to be able to be ordered through DriveThruRPG. But this is supposed to be a like, we have run out of all the other options. It's gotten too expensive for us to put this into a regular print run. As a result, we're making this available over here, right? It's going to be one of those ordeals. Usually, print on demand is always going to be more expensive, okay? Offset shipping or offset printing is going to be the way that you want to go. I would even say your logistics manager should also handle manufacturing. Because, reason being, the manufacturing is going to be tied in right here to your financial officer as well. They need to handle manufacturing because this person needs to be aware of where the product is at every single stage of the operation. Hang on. All right. This person needs to be aware of how far along is it in the development? Where are we at? So I have something to be able to tell the manufacturers. Where are we at? So I have something to tell customers, right? They need to be aware every single beat for beat during the operation. Where is the product, right? Whenever it gets done with manufacturing, this needs to get shipped to someone, right? As a result, because this person is also handling shipping, this is not just to the manufacturer to your fulfilling center. Or sorry, this is not just to your fulfilling center to your customer. This is from your manufacturer to your fulfillment center. Okay. I also really highly advise if you are shipping something from let's say from a manufacturer to your place of business, and then you are going to ship that out to a fulfillment center, one of the best things you can do with that is make sure your fulfillment center is in your local city. If you are not local to a fulfillment center, find the motherfucking closest one. Fulfillment, you're going to have to think about a couple things with this. Storage. Okay, this is going to be measured by pallets. Wait. No, that's the art palette, right? I think that's the storage palette. That's art. I think that's right. I don't know, man. I think this is the art version of it. And then this is like a bed palette. I don't know. Okay. Here, we'll see. Someone in chat will correct me, okay? So, storage. Usually storage is measured by per pallet. If you're going to keep it in their warehouse, there's a couple different reasons why that's pretty good, right? Number one, a warehouse. A warehouse is usually providing better, like, safe storage. That's not just to prevent you from getting robbed or anything like that. That's also fireproofing. That's also floodproofing. There's a lot of, like, storage places in, like, Florida, right? In Tampa, during this last hurricane, there were quite a lot of storage units that just completely flooded over, right? If they were warehouses that were containing product for certain companies, this would have been very, very, very fucking bad if this were just in their business and it were not insured, right? Because then they lose out. We were talking earlier about the quotes and everything I've gotten on Vagabond and how expensive stuff is. Well, imagine if that stuff just caught fire. What the fuck do I do about that? I have people who gave me money, and now their money is just up in flames. Well, I still owe them a product because they gave me money. I am put into a shit situation at that point, right? This is a big reason why a lot of people don't want to fulfill out of their home, is because of the liability, right? Now, if I have like business insurance and like my house catches fire and it burns up all the product or whatever, the business insurance is supposed to come in and say, let's get the new product in, boom, whatever, right? That's why you get that insurance. And usually if you store it with a fulfillment center, they have that insurance. If they don't use that fulfillment center. So, storage with pallets. The way that they pay that off, though, the way that they're making money is they give you a big, huge space that is usually temperature controlled, that is usually all like insured out and everything, right? At the cost of a per pallet per month storage fee. Okay. So this is not crazy expensive. It's about $25 a month. Well, okay. Sorry, I should backtrack on that. The quotes that I've gotten were like around $25 a month. This could be different on a case-by-case basis, because what my fulfiller also offers is packaging shipping to worldwide as a part of the storage there. Very, very cool. But this is also why a lot of companies put shit on sale on their site pretty often, because if they find out that, hey, we have a lot of units of this stuff that is just sitting in a warehouse and we're not moving it, and it's suddenly the storage is more expensive than the amount of product we're able to move per month, they will start cutting into their profit in order to push that shit out. It's not just because they're trying to promote it, they're trying to save money. Like, that's, in some ways, by making your product cheaper, you are saving money by selling it, right? Is this kind of like clicking on like why sales make sense and all that shit? Do I recommend for your third-party publishers to publish it on drive-thru? Do I recommend for my 3PP to publish it on drive-thru? What, like for Vagabond? Or do you mean for like any TTRPG? Because it all kind of depends what you're legally able to do. If you're talking about Vagabond, publish it however you want. I personally recommend mix them. Oh, for Vagabond? Okay. So number one, if it's an adventure and you can fit it below 60 pages, Vagabond or zines, go to mix them. Go to mix them. Cheap paper tastes better. Here, I'll show you why. If you can afford to do offset printing and not, if you don't mind handling the logistics of it, go to mix them. Okay. Books, zines, books. There we go. Zine. This is like the easiest way to do this. I have printed so many zines through Mix'em, and it's actually pretty fucking generous. And I would say before you decide to go whole hog and making a decision there, see what your options are. And Mix'em is not a big commitment, okay? If I print, like, let's say, yeah, digest, color, satin, I like uncoded a lot. 80-pound text, that's your paperweight, right? Staple bound, like a standard zine, like we're used to. Let's say 20 pages for a little supplement right here. Add a cover because we like the special covers. 100-pound cover, right? Yeah, color, yep. Inner cover printing, yes. This is typically called duplex printing. You might see that as other options with your printers. The cover finish, none, whatever, right? Okay. As a result, we have a 20-page zine that we can print for $3.50. Start this. Start this. Start here. You had no clue about Mix'em, bless. They fulfill so many fucking Kickstarters. Like, these guys are responsible for getting so many books into people's hands from amateur creators. This is where you start. You were literally looking at this today. Yeah. Start here at Mix'em. If you could do zine printing, do it here because they can't do it through drive-through. I have had conversations with Roll20 people where I was like, when are you all getting zine printing? Because the moment you do, you become the only place people go to for TTRPG stuff. If you get zine printing and custom end papers, here's what they need. If Lightning Source, who prints all the stuff for Drive-Thru RPG, Lightning Source says that because of them being a print-on-demand service, they can't offer duplex printing, which is silly. Everybody does that. I have seen Lightning Source do that. So they're being very odd about that. They say that they can't actually offer duplex printing, which is printing on the inner cover, which is very, very odd. Launch tabletop is need print on demand cards. Launch tabletop is oh hell yeah. Yeah, the Taron, the zine printer pusher. Oh hell yeah, any day. I like this format so much more because it gets more like amateur stuff into people's hands, and those amateurs eventually become professionals. Like, you know, so yeah, if you want to publish something, you can do that pretty fucking easy and cheap. Okay, Mix'em. Guys, had I known about Mix'em years ago, I would have never, ever put a lot of my content over on Drive-Thru or DM's Guild. I still think to this day that some of the mistakes that I made on like Drive-Thru or DM's Guild products was wholly licensing that shit over to where it could just get printed in official books, like giving up my rights to do all that shit. You know, yeah. How do I go about setting up my site? That stuff scares you. I don't want to pick an easy option that looks bad, but I don't have time to learn how to code something crazy. Start with Shopify. There's been some news stories that have come out about Shopify that have made people uneasy about it. I think the most recent thing has been that like Shopify allows people to sell Nazi shit through their platform, right? That's how Kanye West sold like his swastika shirt. Look, you're gonna have to take your good with the bad. Whatever it's gonna be. YouTube right here, where you all are watching content, also hosts up a bunch of Nazi shit. If we start doing this thing where like literally every single place that we go to, if like Nazis are involved with it whatsoever and they're not immediately blacklisting them, we just have to, you know, no, we gotta get some perspective on this. I don't think that it's acceptable that shit exists, but every single time that it crops up on a website, if we tell that website, if you don't take this down, we're gonna fucking like boycott you or whatever, we're gonna start running out of spaces on the internet where we can keep pushing other right deals, right? Shopify, I know that they've gotten some heat. I will say this straight up. As a creator, I pay Shopify about 70, I think it's like $78 a month for all the apps. That's digital downloads, Printify, all this other stuff. and hosting up my website or hosting up the Land of the Blind storefront, right? The perks to Shopify. If someone buys something with PayPal, it is instantly in my account. No waiting, no nothing. If someone buys something with a credit card or bank card or whatever, and it needs to process, it is in my account within 2 days. It's in my bank account within 2 days, right? The DM's Guild is 30 days, and Drive-Thru-RPG is 15 days. So one of the most immediate payoffs with going with Shopify is literally immediate payoff. That is the quickest way for you to get paid. Now, to some people, it's going to bother them because they're going to feel like they get paid out in smaller portions or something like that. And I'm just like, dude, you're giving 30% of your profit away to Drive-Thru-RPG by not having a website. You're giving 50% of your profit away by not having a website if you're putting it on the DM's Guild, right? These costs associated with Drive-Thru-RPG, you are getting listing on one of the biggest, if not the biggest, it is the biggest storefront for independent RPGs. You want access to your customer base who wants to pick it up that otherwise would not have known about it, you put it on Drive-Thru-RPG. If it's good enough, and like, you know, hey, I'm sure the thing that everybody wants to make is very, very good in its own unique way, right? But if it's good enough to where customers want to pay for it and people would recommend it, that is where Drive-Thru-RPG is going to take notice, because if you're making them money, they're happy to make you more money, right? This is, you'll only publish slop. Yeah, if you're making Drive-Thru-RPG money, they're going to help to make you more money, right? That's just the way this operation works. That's the way the world runs, baby, you know. Now, that 30% that I give up to Drive-Thru-RPG, I consider that to be like my marketing fee, really. Sorry, I'm like itching my nose like a coke fiend. I don't know what the fuck. I've been on camera this whole time, so you don't know I haven't been sniffing anything, right? That shit's too expensive for a TTRPG writer to pick up anyways. So if I'm paying that 30%, right? I'm paying that 30% to make sure that I'm getting a listing. Yeah, cost of doing business in a way, right? But you're getting a listing with the biggest market for TTRPG content. And if it doesn't cost you anything to put it up there, and it leads to sales that otherwise you would not have gotten, you're still making money. You looked away when you order food, so there's a chance. Yeah, just that the big Coke dispenser I got right here. Like a fucking hamster just... So, marketing-wise, that's a natural part of it. If you put it up on Drive-Thru, I consider that 30% to be part of your marketing. I will say this, though. Your CFO and your marketing guy need to be in very close communication. And I mean, it should be like this. If you are the marketing guy, I need you to just understand this dude will be down your motherfucking throat. Okay? And that should be a thing that you sign up for. And you should be confident that this person is not going to find anything that you are fucking around with. Marketing guys. Let's talk about your CAC. Okay? Cost of acquisition. All right? Customer acquisition. This is your CAC should be good. If your CAC is any smaller than 3 times your ROI, this is your return on investment. You might also hear ROAS, return on ad spend. You ideally need to keep this thing above, or ideally you want to keep this at or above 3 times. Okay. This is if I spend $5. Okay, and the math on this can look a little bit tricky. So let's do something with a class real quick. This is how much money the marketing makes me. Okay, So I need to know something. If I spend $5 on an ad and I am expecting a 3 times ROI, right? What am I expecting to make back based off of what I have spent? Let me hear it. What am I expecting? So if I put in $5, how much would I be expecting to come back to me, right, on a 3 times ROI? Because this can fuck some people up. Oh, later, Key Inc. Yeah, have a good one. Ooh, bingo bango. Ooh, and I'm glad we saw that. Okay, $20. 20 is the correct answer. I'll show you why. So if I spent $5, right? $3.50, yeah. If $5 is spent, and I in the customer basically spends $15 on my product, okay. How much of that did I actually make? $10, right? So 15 minus $5, $10, right? That is a 2 times return on my ROI. In order for me to get a 3 times return on my return on my investment, I actually need it to be $20. Yes, return on investment and then $3. Correct. So I'm only going to say this as it's an informative thing here, right? I'm saying this to let you all kind of also be aware, if you've been watching the Vagabond campaign, this is the reason why any marketing spend was returned to me. This was refunded on the behest of GameFound. So my ROI on the Vagabond's marketing campaign was 1.1. There are multiple reasons why. This failed and led to this right here, ROI. Okay, we could point to so many different problems that came up with it. Barely broke even. This is what I would consider to be wasting money. This is fucking wasteful. This is slightly like, if I spent $1,000, the money that came back to me was $1,100. That is fucking terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. If there's any kind of question about whatever with it, I have emails to prove this stuff. Okay. Literally their marketing team telling me what the ROI was and advising me to shake up what we were doing with the campaign. How much money would you say sleep counts for monetarily? How much would you say sleep counts for monetarily when calculating the cost for ROI? Could you rephrase that? I'm not entirely sure I totally get that. So 1.1 ROI is like, did they make money? Yeah. Well, what the fuck were they doing wrong? You know, if you're a marketing group, especially anybody that's like been to college for this shit, and you're not really making money, right? That return is not worth the money you put in. We consider that to be a major fuck up. We consider the basics of, you are sending this out to a demographic that is even interested in the topic, right? That you're probably going to have at least a 2 times ROI. I have talked with people who are like on major crowdfunders who think even a 2 times ROI is fine, right? Most of the people that I see in marketing, especially on like marketing YouTube, think that a 3 times ROI is your fucking baseline. If you are not doing 3 times ROI, you need to immediately reconfigure something about your campaign. Immediately. Is not enough money to justify the hassle of the whole marketing campaign? Yup. That is a marketing crew that is essentially just burning money. That is wasting it. That is not effective marketing, right? At that point, I need to see, okay, well, so you all didn't cost me money, but you all wasted money, right? It's still a waste. No matter what, like, resources and money went away that we no longer have, or like you might have replenished, but like money was still wasted in some way, right? Did more people maybe see the game as a result of that campaign? Yes. But we could have done better, you know? For those people that think 3 times ROI is baseline means they're spending more than the average Kickstarter just for marketing. For those people that think 3 times ROI is baseline means they're spending more than the average Kickstarter just marketing. That think it's baseline. They're spending more than the average Kickstarter. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yes. Oh, and by the way, I trust Mage's opinion on all this shit tenfold. Okay. Mage has been doing this side of this shit longer than I have, like way longer than I have. This is another thing. Whenever I say that there's other factors that maybe make it to where we didn't totally get up to the 3 times ROI, TTRPG just being the thing that it's like, if I'm spending like $5,000 on my marketing, but I'm selling a TTRPG product, I could maybe expect 2 times ROI. Maybe. Think Avatar that spent something in the realm of $30K just for marketing. That's the entire scope of most Kickstarter's entire run. Yeah, I've heard I've heard the marketing numbers on DC-20 and on Draw Steel, and I will say that, like, yeah, it makes sense as to why they popped a mill. You know. That's for a very successful Kickstarter. Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, at some point, well, okay, I know when. I'm going to Green Dragon Quest this year, and I will actually be hanging out with like Kelsey Dion. I think her wife is going to be there too, and I'm like, okay, I gotta hear what's the fucking strategy, like what worked, because like I don't think there was a lot of spend on Shadowdark's Kickstarter. I think a lot of it was just really, really motherfucking smart, like really smart strategy. Because like Jesse has a degree in marketing, and something about the plan just fucking worked. And I don't think they went into that with a lot of overhead to spend on marketing. But yeah. So marketing, that's kind of what you need to know there. Your marketing crew, most likely they'll be working with your graphic designer to make the assets. Works with most likely works on Kickstarter, crowdfund, whatever campaign directly. There was within Shadowdark came in like OSE when it first dropped. Yeah, like if there was like pretty decent overhead on that, the thing is, like, the word of mouth about Shadowdark was like, God, it was so fucking good. The price point of the base product was cheaper than the average product going on at the time for crowdfunding projects. Yeah, like that's wild to think that even Shadowdark's book at $60 a book is still cheaper than most of the like 5e Kickstarters. Wild. Like, I feel like if you have thousands to spend on ads, then you should spend that on getting the game done. Haha, but I get it. That was my thing, actually. Part of the reason why I felt reluctant, it was a couple of different things here, okay? I felt initially reluctant to do a big marketing push. I felt initially reluctant to spend any cash on getting the game out there in the people's hands or whatever. In part because of you motherfuckers. Okay, so my audience members and some of my community members, whenever I was kind of leading into planning on Vagabond, okay, were telling me, hey, I don't like getting marketed to. Okay, gotcha. So if that's annoying and that's obnoxious and it's going to make you less likely to try a product out, I'm going to make sure that the game just speaks for itself. And I ran with the idea that we should just get a lot of it like played to where, hey, a lot of you guys can check this thing out. We'll run demos. We'll have the actual plays. We have videos teaching it what the hell ever, right? And I was like, we're not going to spend money on advertising with people. That kind of a deal, okay? So I did that. And it raised $30,000. Okay. Now, flip side, had I had maybe stuff to like, let's say, take out a mortgage on a house. Okay. Take out a mortgage on a house, be able to get like, 50 to 100K to market it. And I'm with a company that's promising me at least a 3 times ROI. I'm going to be real here. If I'm like spending 50K on crowdfunding and it makes me over $1 million, guys, that's more than just this right here. I've heard some of the numbers that were involved with Nimble, but I'm not sure if Evan ever made that public. So yeah, and with Nimble, like I think he got about this right here, pretty much exactly spot on. Shadowdark success seems more and more like a miracle the more you hear about it. Yeah, no hate to the system. It's just crazy how successful the game was in a marketplace in the TTRPG world. Shadowdark was one of the first systems I've seen that had quite as big of a natural push in the YouTube sphere. And by natural push, what I legitimately mean is like people played it at cons over the years and got to know Kelsey and just knew from the get-go this was a good game. She built up genuine fans of the game, right? Because those influencers got to not just know Kelsey, but understand why Shadowdark was a good game and why people like should be picking it up or supporting it. It got natural praise, right? I will tell you right now, a natural fan, like a natural, like if an influencer is selling you a product, you kind of know when they kind of don't really give a shit about the product, right? But Shadowdark had natural goddamn glazing everywhere. Everybody knew this is cutting so much of the fat. This is like way more comprehensible than a lot of stuff happening with OSE. Well, because OSE is still kind of sticking a lot to the BX rule set, right? And a lot of stuff with the BX rule set is going to feel kind of unfamiliar to 5e fans these days. And Shadowdark was, and whenever people say it's a blend of like the OSR, and this is what they really mean, okay? Shadowdark's resolution mechanics are very familiar to 5e fans. The damage structure is basic expert. Much lower numbers, right? Much lower numbers. It can run fairly well with a lot of basic expert written stuff, even though I think that it tends to require a little bit of massaging or a little bit of knowing how to do that, rather. And Shadowdark can actually run fairly well with 5th edition material. I heard that like there's a project about converting a bunch of 5th edition books over to Shadowdark, like a fan thing, and I'm like, well, you guys pass those PDFs around for free. That's you guys do you. I'm curious to hear what's going to wind up happening with that legally. You did your first sale at the DM's Guild. Hey, congratulations! Crispy clean, yeah. Is there a rule of thumb percentage-wise for what to spend where? I'm flying solo as a nameless person on the internet, learning as I go. I feel confident in certain aspects, but the business side is new. Okay. For what you spend where? I would say if you are flying completely solo and you don't maybe have a US $1 in your wallet, yeah, account credit actually goes pretty far. I tend to spend a lot more of my money on other shit in the storefront than I really do drawing it out. But yeah, so rule of thumb that wise. Okay, if you don't really have a name for yourself yet, okay, if you don't really have a name for yourself or your brand, and you don't have a whole lot of recognition, I would say not to expect that you're going to get your big old bang in that first year of operation or on your first product, right? I don't know how to say when you can judge that would be coming through, but one of the best things that you can do for some organic growth is start to build out the blocks that make a brand. Okay, so like you have something that people can identify with you, right? I'll give you an example. For me, I got known because a lot of people love my shit that I made for the DM's Guild. A lot of people really like my 5th edition work. I started up a YouTube channel, and I guess people kind of, I guess liked me. Maybe, I don't know. A lot of people fucking hate me too, so like that's fun. But I tried to build up an identity that people knew who I was over there, and then if they wanted to find me elsewhere, they could also come find my YouTube channel where they see a bit of my like sensibilities or whatever. Eventually, with the personality and everything, that led to we won an ENnie for home field advantage, right? That was me, Trek, and a bunch of other people in the DMs Guild. We won the ENnie, and that led to a little bit more recognition. But I'm going to say right here, I don't think the ENnie is going to have as much sway moving forward because of their stance on the AI stuff. But I also don't think that winning an ENnie is necessary to success in the TTRPG industry. Most people just view it as a like, oh yay, congrats, you know. I will say that I feel like it put me on more short lists for writers, but I don't know to expect that. But yeah, I wouldn't. The thing that's going to do more for you, honestly, is human connection. Okay. The thing that's going to do a lot more for you is like getting to know some people, maybe. If there's certain communities you can join up where like, hey, there's a creator here that like, I really love their work. I'd love to write for some of their stuff. Just kind of be around, right? Be present. Here's the weird thing I want to tell you straight up not to do. Do not randomly fucking ping a creator that's in a shared Discord that you're like, I'm a really big fan of your work. I appreciate you. I get you, right? I know that not everyone's got the best social graces or whatever. If you ping me on Discord because you're like in the like, let's say free league thing, and you're like, hey, I would like to work for you, so please give me money. I can basically guarantee you right now I'm gonna fucking delete the message, right? You were a no-namer who made 4.5K on your Kickstarter goal 3,800. There were a lot of community interaction and being unique and stylish. I'm trying to do this but better. Yes. I'll tell you right now, the number one thing that people should immediately stop fucking doing is stop doing the thing where you say, hey, this is like D&D but better. That marketing is annoying the fucking piss out of people. Okay. The number one thing I keep seeing where like I'll talk to influencers about like, hey, this thing over here, have you if I get hit up by a company that wants to advertise something on my channel, there's two things that I do. I'm going to look at the product that you make, and then I'm going to ask other people in the YouTube sphere, how was their experience in working with you? Okay. If the word that I get back from them is anything but an enthusiastic, fuck yeah, that was great, you should absolutely take that gig. In fact, are they looking for anybody else for an upcoming video? I'm probably going to not respond. Right. So whenever you are like, if you push out your Kickstarter, if you push out the thing that you're making with the tagline of this is like D&D but objectively better, or you know what the fuck ever, most influencers are going to look at that as you're being adversarial, and in some cases most influencers just won't really work with you, because especially if you're trying to get them to say something like it's like Dungeons and Dragons but better, or specifically this fixes this in D&D. Sometimes I have heard about some cases where Wizards of the Coast will not work with that influencer anymore, right? So like, beware, right? Like, don't be pushing that to an influencer. There are some cases where I just think that like you're going to have a rougher time working with somebody if you were like asking them to say very specific scripted things about your content, right? Yeah. People have their lifestyle games, so they want to play the massive game with tons of content. Nobody will ditch the community for a slightly better experience. People won't ditch D&D for a slightly better experience? I think that is absolutely not the case, actually. I think more and more, every single day, we're seeing more people get out and away from D&D. Every single day, we're hearing about more and more of these crowdfunder campaigns that were not written for 5e that are still popping off like crazy. D&D 2024 also seems to have been a resounding lukewarm reception. And like I don't really know what else to say about like how D&D is going to affect the entire market, but I just say right now I wouldn't fucking worry about D&D. Like, I would not worry that because your game is not going to dethrone Wizards of the Coast, like that you should just never make it. You know what I mean? Don't ever let people who are like that fucking brain rotted on 5th edition success convince you that you should not do a thing you want to do, right? If they're like, well, it'll never be as successful as what Wizards of the Coast is making, it's like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, because they're a corporation. Like, yeah. If your goal is to dethrone D&D, then give up at first. Yeah, like, legit, guys. Anybody who seriously believes in the concept of we want to kill D&D, or like we need to find like a D&D killer or whatever, they're in it for the wrong fucking reason. They're just in it for the wrong reason. It might be like sensational and get clicks on YouTube, but like, dude, just actually make something because you wanted to make something that you wanted to play, right? Make something that you wanted to make because it did not previously exist. Because if the selling point is just, well, it's like, it's basically D&D but better. I'm like, why are you selling me a whole fucking system for that? Like, if you're telling me like, well, it's just 5th edition, but I tweaked like this other rule over here. That's, I do look at it to a point where I'm just like, that's just, dude, you're just selling me bullshit I could have gotten for free. Like, you know? Yep. Little parallel, but no game has ever been the Call of Duty killer. Yep. I still play a lot of D&D because you're finishing up your campaign. But while we finish, we're going to try out some other systems. Definitely going to try Vagabond and Pirate Board. Might try some others as well. Hell yeah. Definitely felt the shift away from D&D with every consecutive 2024 book release. Yeah, we're also seeing it, like, financially. I don't know because I don't really specifically have the D&D Beyond sales numbers or anything like that. I have heard, though, that D&D, like, third-party sales over on D&D Beyond have been shockingly low. I think that maybe the hesitance to like buy some of the stuff over there may have changed, but I don't know for sure. I just know that whenever I heard about this, people were saying they were very underwhelmed with what their return was over on D&D Beyond. So one of the other things you can do is, that's all a part of you going over and kind of trying to build up your name. Why would you go over to DriveThruRPG? Why would you go to the DMs Guild? It would be because you don't have a name for yourself quite yet, and you'd like to probably get involved with something that could get your name out there a little bit more, right? Sure, social media presence can be a huge, huge deal, right? D&D will have another hurrah this year because Stranger Things last season. That entirely depends on how Stranger Things puts D&D at the forefront of their show. You could absolutely do Stranger Things, and D&D was not a part of that show whatsoever. Like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. People don't need to buy from there, so many cheaply access sort of D&D material you see Beyond. Yep. Now, building out your brand, you need recognizability. You need something that people are going to remember. What's going to really help for you is to have a logo, right? Is to find a name that is going to catch and make people remember, this is how, like, I know this guy, or I know, like, what I'm going to be getting out of this. Because people will remember the identity, and they will become a fan of you if the thing that you sold them got worth at their table. This is how people know me now, right? The thing that I established with Land of the Blind was I wanted something that was memorable, because once people realize Land of the Blind, and then they're like, oh, the guy's got one eye. And the Land of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king. Oh, that's funny. And then they remember it forever. Ever, right? If they have that little click, boom, right? Not everybody's going to be able to do that, but whatever, right? I wanted to pick something that was simple. I wanted to find an icon that was easily memorable, that nobody else had done, and that would look really cool on merch. So I was like, I need something that is like, what is a simple shape that we can print as one color on fucking anything, and people are going to see it and immediately recognize, okay, that's representative of Land of the Blind, but also it's like, this kind of fucks hard, right? In terms of the logo design side of it, a lot of you are probably going to have to hire a graphic designer to do that. This is, in all reality, not a lot of work on Illustrator to make something like this right here. But it was part of my like graphic design sensibility that led into building this thing out, right? Some of the tips I'll give you on logo design. Stop using D20s for your fucking logos. Jesus Christ, stop that. I don't know how many times I have seen a business where I'm like, you make cool products. This is very neat. I like what you're doing. But your brand is represented by a single D20 as your look. You have no brand identity. It's what we're TTRPG. You can't copyright that. You can't trademark that. That is, you don't have a brand identity. And I don't remember who the fuck you are if the thing that is your logo is just dice. There's a look. Paizo, there's a reason they don't have dice as their fucking logo. Free League has the fucking lotus, right? I don't think it's a lotus, actually. It's like a special Swedish flower. What is that? Free League logo. What is their logo? Somebody Swedish. Let me know. What is that? Here. Somebody Swedish in chat. What is this thing? I'll even take a Finnish dude. Anybody know? A Denmarkian? A Dane? Is that what Danes are? A Danish? It's like if Nike's logo was just shoelaces. Yes, right? Oh my god. Oh, it drives me so crazy. Yeah, so Free League has whatever this flower thing is. Chessex doesn't even have a fucking dice as a logo when they're a dice company. True. Looks like an orchid. Does it? Oh, I guess I can kind of see that. Okay. Okay, I can kind of see that. Some species of orchid. Oh, okay, it's getting closer there. Oh. Damn. Dude, I think you picked it out. Yeah, I think you nailed that. Is it the blue orchid? Is there like a Swedish... Yes, there are orchids specific to Sweden. There's a rare wild orchid that looks exactly like it. A mass... Oh, wait. Europus orchidae? That looked very, very similar. The gentle Swedish orchid? What? Is that a thing? It's not the lady slipper. There was like a purple one that it looked a lot like. Well, inspiration for Ardu, yeah. Sounds like a luchador's name, the gentle Swedish orchid? What? What do you think a luchador is? Card game guys do the D20 thing with the Black Lotus 2 minutes. So infuriating. Dude. Card, yeah, let's see. Card shop. Logo. How many fucking Black Lotuses are we going to find? Right, let's see here. Magic the Gathering. Is it all? Okay, so card shop logo. Let's see here. All right. Okay, these are just magic. Okay, the gorilla's fucking funny. King of Cards is a little bit cliche. Okay, so there's one Black Lotus, but it's not in a logo. I was curious. Lotus petals are fat? Yeah, I was trying to see. I figured that would be, like, super fucking common. Or, like, yeah, Pokemon, like... Okay, that's... now, the problem is I don't really know that what I searched is going to really ping specifically cards. What is it with Academy stuff, too? I see a lot of, like, university, like, iconography for a lot of, like, card branded stuff. You prefer the Kong of Cards? What are you looking for? Someone in chat was saying that like the Lotus is like super common with a lot of trading card shop logos or iconography, and I was like, yeah, that like it's almost become as common as the D20, and I'm like, I know I've seen it a lot. Like whenever I went to Gen Con, I feel like I saw 2 or 3 booths that had it. Yeah, now I feel like a fool. Now. Let's get back into this. And then I'm going to split. Okay. So, as we've kind of gone through this, your VTC developer, wow. Will do integration for approved creators. See Chris Eddy. Alchemy is looking for systems to integrate all the time.
I'm heading out of here.
Oh, you are? Already? Shit, man.
I'm
All right.
just hanging out for a little bit, having some dinner. So-
All right. Well, have a good night.
Check it out.
Thanks for the wiener.
No problem.
What you mean? Hey, what up, kid? This is a smoke shot near you that straight jacked the ampersand dragon for their neon sign. Wouldn't be the first I had heard of that, actually. Wait, remember that MTG is not as powerful as it was before due to the 25-year scandal? The MTG 25 scandal, was that enough for it to be like, yeah, MTG got dinged over that? I'm pretty sure MTG is doing fucking fantastic right now. He just went in and kicked him out. He knew what this was all about, alright? It was that big? Damn. Roll20 Foundry and Fantasy Grounds will need a contracted developer who will have their own rates. Okay? They are, but the way they work now is different. People buy it directly from Papa Bezos, not from shops anymore. Wait, the Magic Year 25 thing fucked up a lot of like friendly local game stores because I don't really know what that was about. I probably have to look into it, but I didn't know that it actually was like a bad thing for them and not just Wizards of the Coast. Yep. Shit. Well, I'm not sure. Okay. So were there any other questions regarding all this stuff? Because I think it's been 4 hours and I'm ready to get the fuck off of here. But this has been a lot of my experience with kind of the development and everything that went into Vagabond. Things that I've learned along the way. I think that most likely works like here's another big deal. If you're going to ask my opinion, what I have learned from running this with a bunch of different crowdfunder sites and everything like that. Guys, as of right now, Kickstarter is the only significantly viable platform for natural TTRPG growth with a built-in community so massive that you barely need to spend on advertising. Point blank. I've tried this. I ran my campaign through GameFound. I'm just going to tell you all right now, GameFound is not currently viable. They would have to change some things about their platform to make me think that it is a viable platform for TTRPG success without seeing GameFound get something like $100,000 like crowdfunder for a TTRPG kind of a thing that was only on their website and only relied on their marketing and their community growth. I don't see it as a viable platform. Whenever we look at something like Kickstarter, and there are plenty of projects on there that just randomly get 50K, and 50K over on GameFound for anything that isn't a board game is remarkable. We're kind of there's a dissonance happening here, and I'm saying this as somebody who I plan on, whenever I go to Gen Con this year, I plan on talking to some of the guys from GameFound, right? I'm getting a beer with their main creator contact, right? I am still friendly and professional with the guys from GameFound, because the guys who are professional are going to hear what I have to say and what I say in earnest, and they're going to value my opinion more so than someone who just tells them, you're doing a great job, here's a cookie. Okay? This is why you guys want to know a lot of shit. You want to know why Darrington Press sent me a copy of Daggerheart? It's because I was so critical on Candela Obscura, and it led to improvements that they felt they could make with their other games, right? They valued my opinion. If you go into a project and you're not willing to tell the people who are like, hey, we appreciate you as a customer, how can we improve? And you just tell them, everything was great. Oh, they're not going to care. Dude, that is the most flaccid ass fucking response you could give to them. Okay? If I'm giving them pushback where I'm like, hey, you have a really good example of something that should have been a home run success for the site that you guys were like really, really, really giving me a push on. And I think that it was so rough that even you guys acknowledged you need to return the investment on the ad spend. They're going to listen to me because they want to hear what went wrong and try to improve. Do you have any recommended reading for people looking to get into this, whether business books are just good example reads? What was this one called? This is a book. Oh, God. This was a book that I got recommended by... oh my God. Who recommended this to me even? And why can't I find it? Why is it all Paw Patrol? It had an eraser on the front. Oh my God, and I can't think of the goddamn title of it right now. I feel like a fool. Book eraser cover. What was this one called? It was like the Don't something. Oh my God, I'm having the hardest time finding this. It's not erasing history. Good night. You gotta go to your normal 9 to 5 tomorrow. Hey, later, later, Matt. Thanks for joining in. Oh my God. I think streaming for 4.5 hours has just broken my brain. I'll write some of that stuff down and get a list together because like it's worth it to have this stuff just kind of on rip, ready to go. One of my favorite things, read Paw Patrol. Yeah. Here you go. One of the best things that you can read whenever it comes to making anything, though, is honestly a Magic the Gathering card. And let me find a large copy of it. Because then I gotta go potty. Building out, you have a graveyard shift tomorrow, 4 a.m. to 11 a.m. Woof. Here you go. Magic the Gathering card. This is actually a great little piece of philosophy for anybody that's interested in any kind of creative pursuit. This is one with nothing. Discard your hand. When nothing remains, everything is equally possible. Kill your fucking darlings. You don't know how many times I've heard of people that instead of finishing a project, they have it like half done because they got to a point where they were too scared to delete something else that they felt was really core to the game. Never, ever, 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 ever think that any idea you have is so good it cannot be gotten rid of or maybe used for something else. Immediately, that's my first thought on that. But with that, oh shit, I'm out of here, peeps. Have a good night. We'll see you all very, very soon.